A young prince set sail to secure his kingdom's future, but the ocean had other plans. A violent storm shattered his ship, dragging him into the depths where no human was meant to go. When he awoke, he found himself in Bahara, a hidden mermaid city lost to legend. But salvation came with a secret far more dangerous than the sea itself. What happened next would reignite an ancient war, awaken vengeful sea guardians, and force the prince to choose between love and destiny. Because sometimes, the greatest treasures of the ocean are the ones that were never meant to be found. He thought he was a lost sailor in need of rescue. Instead, he was the last hope of a doomed kingdom, bound by blood to a weapon powerful enough to destroy both land and sea. This is the story of how a shipwrecked prince uncovered a forbidden secret, and how his choice would decide the fate of two worlds. Before we dive deeper into this epic tale, we'd love to know where you are watching from. Tell us in the comments. And if you love high-stakes fantasy filled with mermaids, magic, love, and sacrifice, don't just watch, be part of our adventure. Like this video, share it with someone who loves powerful stories, and hit that subscribe button, because tomorrow, we've got an extra special story lined up for you, and trust me, you won't want to miss it. Prince Zuba stood at the edge of his ship, the salty wind tugging at his royal robes. The vast ocean stretched before him, shimmering under the setting sun like a sea of molten gold. Behind him, his homeland of Nyanga was fading into the horizon, the towering cliffs and golden beaches shrinking into the distance. This is a journey of peace, his father, King Jalam, had told him before his departure. But the seas hold dangers beyond your understanding. Trust your heart, but never let down your guard. Zuba was traveling to the distant kingdom of Baroa, a land known for its powerful warriors and vast riches. The alliance between Nyanga and Baroa had been uneasy for years, and Zuba was tasked with ensuring peace. But deep in his heart, he felt a strange unease. The sky darkened as storm clouds gathered. The once calm sea roared, waves rising like towering walls of water. The ship's crew scrambled to secure the sails, but the wind howled like a furious beast. Lightning slashed the sky. "Your Highness," a guard shouted. "We must turn back." Before Zuba could respond, a monstrous wave rose before them, swallowing the ship in darkness. He felt himself being flung into the churning sea, the icy water pulling him down, down, down. As his vision blurred, he glimpsed something beneath the waves, glowing lights, a city beneath the ocean. Then, everything went black. Zuba's body drifted through the endless blue, weightless, as if the ocean itself carried him with careful hands. Shadows of fish darted past, their scales glimmering like scattered stars in a watery sky. His vision wavered, the last echoes of the storm still ringing in his ears. Then, suddenly, he gasped. Not for breath, he should have drowned by now, but because he wasn't sinking anymore. Instead, a soft, glowing current cradled him, pulling him gently through the depths. Colors bloomed in the water, swirls of violet and gold, ribbons of shimmering green. Strange, glowing jellyfish drifted past, their long tendrils pulsing with light. Schools of fish the color of precious gemstones swam in elegant formations. And then, before him, rose a city unlike anything he had ever seen. Bahara. A city carved from coral, its towers spiraled like seashells, stretching toward the shimmering surface far above. The streets were not made of stone, but of flowing water, where creatures of all kinds moved with effortless grace. Bridges of woven pearls arched between golden spires. Bioluminescent plants lined the walls, casting a soft, enchanted glow over everything. Zuba tried to move, but his limbs felt heavy. His lungs, shouldn't he be gasping for air? Yet, somehow, he could breathe. It was unnatural. Impossible. A shadow passed over him. A figure. Not human. Her skin gleamed like polished bronze, her long, flowing hair drifting like seaweed in the current. Her eyes were the color of moonlit waters, deep and endless. And her tail, glimmering, covered in tiny scales that shone like silver, moved with a grace he had never seen before. She was watching him. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then, she reached out a hand. Zuba hesitated. Something deep in his soul whispered that this moment was important, that if he took her hand, his life would never be the same. He reached out. Their fingers touched. And suddenly, the world shifted. A burst of energy pulsed through him, a wave of warmth that sent his heart racing. The ocean around him seemed to sigh, the currents bending as if recognizing something in him. The girl, no, the mermaid, studied him, her expression unreadable. "You're awake," she said softly. Her voice was like the tide, calm, yet powerful, as if it carried secrets older than the ocean itself. Where am I?" Zuba managed to ask, his voice hoarse. The mermaid tilted her head. "You are in Bahara, the hidden city of the sea." Bahara. The name felt ancient. Sacred. Zuba struggled to remember how he had gotten here. The storm. The shipwreck. His kingdom. His kingdom. Panic surged in his chest. "I need to go back," he said, trying to push himself upright. The mermaid placed a hand on his shoulder. "You cannot," she said gently. "Not yet." Zuba frowned. "Why?" The mermaid hesitated. A shadow crossed her face, a sorrow so deep that it made Zuba's breath catch. "Because Bahara is under siege," she whispered. "And you are not here by accident." A chill ran down his spine. Not here by accident. What did that mean? Before he could ask, a loud, echoing roar shook the waters around them. The very walls of Bahara trembled, and distant screams filled the ocean. The mermaid's eyes widened in fear. "They found us," she breathed. Zuba turned toward the city, his heart pounding. From the shadows of the deep, monstrous shapes began to emerge. And they were coming straight for them. The ocean trembled as the monstrous shapes loomed closer, their dark forms blotting out the glowing lights of Bahara. Zuba felt the water grow heavy, thick with something unseen yet suffocating. A deep, guttural growl rumbled through the depths, sending ripples through the currents. The mermaid beside him stiffened. "No," she whispered. Zuba turned to her. "What are those things?" She swallowed hard. "Leviathans. The ancient guardians of the sea. But they are not protectors anymore." Zuba's pulse pounded in his ears. The creatures moved slowly at first, their long, sinuous bodies winding through the deep like shadows stretching toward the light. Their eyes glowed a sickly green, and when they opened their mouths, rows of jagged teeth gleamed in the dimness. The mermaid grabbed Zuba's arm. "We must go. Now." Without waiting for his reply, she pulled him into the currents, swimming with incredible speed. Zuba barely had time to react before he was being carried forward, the city of Bahara growing larger ahead of them. His body moved strangely in the water, lighter than it should have been, as if the ocean itself allowed him to glide. Behind them, the Leviathans let out another bone-chilling roar. Zuba glanced back, and his blood ran cold. The beasts were moving faster, their enormous bodies undulating through the water like living storms. One, larger than the others, opened its mouth wide, revealing a glowing green core deep in its throat. Energy crackled through the water, and Zuba barely had time to register what was happening before a pulse of light shot from the creature's mouth. The water exploded around them. Zuba was thrown sideways, the force of the blast sending him tumbling through the sea. He barely managed to stop himself before colliding with a towering coral spire. The mermaid reached for him again, her face set in urgency. "Hurry!" Zuba didn't hesitate this time. He kicked off the coral and swam after her. The city was just ahead, a grand archway of woven golden seaweed marked the entrance, guarded by towering pillars carved with ancient symbols. They darted through the entrance just as another blast of green energy tore through the water behind them. The golden arch shuddered, cracks forming along its surface. Zuba turned to the mermaid as they swam deeper into the city. What do they want? She didn't answer at first. Then, quietly, she said, revenge. Zuba felt a chill. Revenge for what? The mermaid's grip on his wrist tightened. Something your people did a long time ago. A heavy feeling settled in Zuba's chest. Before he could press further, they arrived at a large central plaza where dozens of merfolk were gathered. Their tails shimmered in the dim light, but their faces were tight with worry. An elder, with a long white beard flowing like sea foam, swam forward. His deep-set eyes studied Zuba carefully before flicking to the mermaid beside him. "Maweel," he said. "Who is this?" The mermaid, Maweel, took a breath. "He is the one." Murmurs rippled through the gathered merfolk. "The one," the elder repeated. "You cannot mean..." Maweel nodded. "He is descended from the last warrior king who wielded the spear of Nzinga." A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Zuba frowned. "The spear of Nzinga." The elder sighed. "A weapon once meant to unite land and sea. But it was stolen by humans long ago. Without it, the Leviathans turned against us, believing we had betrayed them." Zuba felt his heart tighten. "And you think I can find it?" Maweel looked at him, something unreadable in her gaze. "You must," she said softly. "Because if you don't, Bahara will fall." A deafening roar echoed through the ocean. The Leviathans had arrived at the gates. The battle for Bahara had begun. A low, rumbling growl trembled through the waters, shaking the very coral foundations of Bahara. The Leviathans had arrived. Zuba could feel the fear radiating from the gathered merfolk. Even the strongest among them, warriors with spears of polished bone and eyes sharp as the sea's edge, clutched their weapons tighter. The golden gates of Bahara stood firm, but the beasts outside were relentless. Boom! The first strike came like a thunderclap. The water shuddered as a massive Leviathan rammed its body against the gates. Cracks spread like spiderwebs across the golden coral. Zuba turned to Maweel. "What do we do?" The elder merfolk spoke before she could answer. "We must protect the city. The barrier will not hold for long." Zuba looked back at the gates. Another impact. The cracks widened. Maweel's tail flicked anxiously. "The spear of Nzinga is the only thing that can stop them," she said. "But it was lost long ago." Zuba's mind raced. His people had stolen the spear, his own ancestors. Was it still in the land above? Buried in some forgotten chamber? Another deafening boom shook the ocean. "We don't have time to search for a lost weapon," Zuba shouted. A warrior with obsidian-colored scales gripped his spear. "Then we fight." A murmur of agreement rippled through the gathered merfolk. Warriors lined up near the gate, gripping their weapons, tridents, sharpened shells, and spears tipped with glowing blue stones. They were prepared to defend their home, but Zuba could see the doubt in their eyes. The Leviathans were ancient, powerful. Without the spear, this was a battle they could not win. Zuba clenched his fists. He was no mere diplomat. He had trained with the finest warriors of Nyanga. But could a human fight beneath the sea? Zuba. He turned to Maweel. Her eyes held something deep, hope, desperation, and fear woven together like strands of a net. "You are the last descendant of the warrior king," she said. "If anyone can reclaim the spear, it is you." Zuba swallowed hard. The golden gates let out a final, groaning creak. Then, they shattered. A wall of water rushed in as the Leviathans roared and charged. The gates of Bahara exploded into shards of golden coral, sending debris spiraling through the water. A powerful current surged forward as the Leviathans roared, their monstrous forms twisting through the ruins of the entrance. Zuba's heart pounded. He had seen battles before, raids, skirmishes along the borders of his kingdom, but nothing like this. The Leviathans were not mere beasts, they were ancient titans, their scales dark as the abyss, their glowing eyes burning with vengeance. The merfolk warriors braced themselves. "Hold the line," the elder warrior bellowed. Spears of enchanted bone crackled with energy as the warriors surged forward. The battle began in an instant, a blur of flashing tails, clashing weapons, and swirling currents. Zuba grabbed a fallen trident from the wreckage. He had no time to think. Instinct took over as he launched himself into the fray. A Leviathan lunged toward him, its massive jaws snapping shut just inches from his face. He twisted to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, and thrust the trident forward. The weapon struck true, piercing the creature's thick hide, but the beast barely flinched. With a flick of its tail, it sent Zuba tumbling backward. The water churned with chaos. Warriors darted through the battlefield, slashing at the Leviathans with glowing weapons. Some merfolk used magic, summoning whirlpools to entangle the beasts, but the Leviathans fought with terrifying strength. Zuba recovered just in time to see Mawil in danger. A smaller Leviathan, faster than the others, had slipped through the defenses and was lunging toward her with its fangs bared. "Mawil!" Zuba shouted. She turned too late. The Leviathan struck. But before it could sink its teeth into her, Zuba threw himself between them. Pain exploded in his side as the beast's tail slammed into him. He was sent hurtling into a coral tower, the impact knocking the breath from his lungs. "Zuba!" Mawil cried, swimming toward him. Zuba struggled to move, but his body felt heavy. The Leviathan loomed over him, its glowing green eyes narrowing. It opened its jaws, ready to finish him. A sharp whistle cut through the water. In a flash, Mawil was there. She thrust her spear forward with all her strength, striking the creature in the throat. The beast let out a horrible screech before twisting away, its form vanishing into the deep. Mawil turned to Zuba, worry written across her face. "Are you hurt?" Zuba gritted his teeth and forced himself up. "I've had worse." She gave him a disbelieving look but didn't argue. Around them, the battle raged on. But Zuba could see it now, the merfolk were losing ground. No matter how bravely they fought, the Leviathans were too strong. A chilling realization settled over him. This was not a battle they could win. Not without the spear of Nzinga. Zuba turned to Mawil. "We need to find the spear." She hesitated, glancing at the struggling warriors around them. "But there's no time," Zuba insisted. "If we don't get the spear, Bahara will fall." Mawil looked torn, but after a moment, she nodded. "The last known location of the spear is in the ruins of Nzalu," she said. "But no one who has gone there has ever returned." Zuba took a deep breath. "Then we'll be the first." Mawil reached for his hand. "Follow me." Together, they turned away from the battle, swimming into the unknown depths. Their only hope lay in a lost relic, and the dangers that awaited them in the ruins of Nzalu. Zuba's grip tightened around Mawil's hand as they swam deeper into the unknown. The battle behind them faded into the distance, but the echoes of the Leviathan's roars still sent shivers down his spine. Bahara was fighting with all its strength, but without the spear of Nzinga, they would not last long. The water grew darker as they descended. Strange, glowing fish darted past them, their eyes reflecting the deep sea gloom. Coral formations twisted like ancient ruins, their jagged edges whispering of secrets lost to time. "How far is Nzalu?" Zuba asked, his voice barely a breath in the heavy silence. "Not far now," Mawil replied, her gaze scanning the eerie surroundings. "But the ruins are cursed." "Cursed?" Zuba frowned. "How?" Mawil hesitated. "It is said that when the spear was stolen, the spirits of the sea grew angry. They swore that no thief would ever leave Nzalu alive. Many have tried to enter. None have returned." Zuba exhaled slowly. "Sounds like we don't have a choice." Mawil nodded. "We don't." As they swam deeper, the waters grew colder. The ocean floor appeared beneath them, covered in shifting sand and scattered bones of creatures long forgotten. In the distance, a massive stone gate rose from the seabed, its surface carved with spiraling symbols. Zuba felt a strange pull in his chest. The spear was here. He could feel it. "This is it," Mawil whispered. They approached the gate cautiously. It was ancient, cracked with time, yet a strange energy pulsed from it. The carvings glowed faintly, reacting to their presence. Zuba ran his fingers over the symbols. "How do we get inside?" Before Mawil could answer, the ocean trembled. A shadow moved beyond the gate. Then, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the water. "Who dares disturb the resting place of the spear?" Zuba and Mawil froze. From the darkness beyond the gate, something stirred. Two glowing eyes snapped open. The guardian of Nzala had awakened. The ocean around them pulsed with an unseen force as the massive eyes in the darkness burned with an eerie glow. A deep voice, ancient as the sea itself, rumbled through the water. "Who dares disturb the resting place of the spear?" Zuba swallowed hard, his grip tightening around the trident he had taken from the battlefield. Beside him, Mawil remained tense, her gaze locked on the shifting shadows beyond the stone gate. "We mean no harm," she called out. "We seek the spear of Nzinga to save Bahara." A low growl vibrated through the ruins. The sand beneath them stirred, and slowly, a colossal figure emerged from the darkness. The guardian was unlike anything Zuba had ever seen. Its body was an enormous fusion of sea dragon and ancient stone, its scales shimmering like polished obsidian. Coral and barnacles clung to its form, evidence of centuries spent guarding this place. Its massive tail curled around the entrance, barring their path. The guardian's glowing eyes fixed on Zuba. "A human," it murmured, its voice like distant thunder. "It was your kind that stole the spear and brought ruin upon the sea." Zuba felt the weight of the words press against him. He did not know the full story of what had happened all those years ago, but he could see the pain in the guardian's gaze. "We're here to make things right," he said firmly. "Without the spear, Bahara will fall to the Leviathans." The guardian let out a deep, rumbling sigh, the currents around them swirling in response. "The spear is bound by a curse. It cannot be taken by one who does not understand the price." Zuba exchanged a glance with Mawil. "What price?" The guardian shifted, revealing a massive stone door behind it. The carvings upon it shimmered with ancient magic. "The spear of Nzinga was forged to unite land and sea," the guardian said. "But when it was stolen, the balance was broken. Now, only one who is willing to sacrifice everything can wield it." Zuba's heartbeat quickened. "Sacrifice what?" The guardian's gaze darkened. "Your past, or your future." A heavy silence filled the water. "What does that mean?" Mawil asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The guardian remained still, its glowing eyes unwavering. "You must choose." Zuba felt the weight of the moment press down on him. His past, his kingdom, his duty, the life he had known. His future, his fate, his dreams, the uncertain path ahead. If he chose his past, he would have to forget everything about his life on land, severing his ties to his homeland forever. If he chose his future, he would be bound to the sea, never able to return to the surface world. A choice that could not be undone. The guardian stepped aside, revealing the ancient stone door. "If you still wish to claim the spear, step forward." Zuba's breath caught in his throat. This was it. The moment that would decide everything. He looked at Mawil. Her eyes held unspoken words, concern, hope, and something deeper. The spear of Nzinga awaited. And with it, his fate. Zuba's heartbeat pounded in his ears as he stared at the ancient stone door. The guardian's words echoed through his mind. "Your past, or your future." He clenched his fists. How could he make such a choice? If he chose his past, he would lose all memory of his home, his family, and the kingdom he had sworn to protect. If he chose his future, he would never return to the surface, forever bound to the sea. Mawil touched his arm gently. "Zuba, you don't have to do this." But she knew the truth as well as he did. Without the spear of Nzinga, Bahara would fall. The Leviathans would destroy everything. Zuba took a deep breath and stepped toward the door. "What must I do?" The Guardian's glowing eyes studied him. Then, with a powerful movement, it lifted one massive claw and traced a glowing symbol upon the stone. The ancient door trembled. "Step forward, warrior of two worlds," the Guardian commanded. "Face the trial of memory." A strange pull gripped Zuba's chest. The world around him shifted. The ocean dissolved into swirling shadows, and suddenly, he was standing on solid ground. But it was not the ground of Bahara. Zuba gasped as he recognized the place, the great courtyard of his father's palace in Nyanga. His people bustled around him, warriors sharpening spears, merchants calling out in the market, children running barefoot across the stone paths. He turned in confusion, his heart aching. He was home. A deep voice called his name. He spun around and saw his father, King Adiro, standing tall in his royal robes. His face was strong, his eyes fierce yet kind. The sight of him sent a wave of emotion crashing through Zuba. "Father." Zuba whispered. King Adiro frowned. "What are you doing here, my son? Your place is with your people." Zuba took a shaky step forward. He wanted to run to his father, to embrace him, to stay. But something was wrong. The air shimmered like water. The figures around him began to blur. This wasn't real. It was a test. Zuba closed his eyes. He had been shipwrecked. He had found Bahara. He had promised to save it. The kingdom of Nyanga needed him, but so did Bahara. He took a deep breath and looked up at his father. "I can't stay," he said firmly. "I have another destiny." The king's face darkened. "And what of your people? What of the kingdom you were born to rule?" Zuba's heart ached. "They will survive without me. But Bahara won't." The illusion began to flicker. The palace walls trembled, fading into mist. His father's expression softened for a brief moment before he, too, vanished. The swirling darkness returned. Then, the ocean rushed back around Zuba. He gasped, suddenly weightless again, floating before the ancient stone door. Mawil clutched his hand, her eyes wide with worry. "You were gone," she breathed. "For a long time." Zuba turned to the Guardian. "I choose my future." For a moment, silence. Then, the Guardian's massive eyes gleamed with approval. The ancient door rumbled open, revealing a vast chamber beyond. At its center, resting upon a pedestal of coral, was the spear of Nzinga. Its blade shimmered with golden light, its shaft carved with the symbols of land and sea. Power pulsed from it, strong enough to make the water vibrate. Zuba stepped forward. The moment his fingers touched the spear, a surge of energy flooded through him. Images flashed before his eyes, battles fought long ago, warriors wielding the spear, the unity it once brought between land and sea. But there was something else. A warning. A terrible, hidden truth. The curse upon the spear was deeper than anyone had known. And now, Zuba was bound to it. The moment Zuba's fingers wrapped around the spear of Nzinga, a powerful force surged through his body, unlike anything he had ever felt before. A golden light exploded from the weapon, sending ripples of energy through the water. His vision blurred. The ocean around him faded, replaced by swirling shadows and distant whispers. Then, the visions came. He saw a vast battlefield, merfolk and humans fighting side by side against a monstrous force. He saw the spear raised high, glowing with divine power, striking down creatures of the deep. He saw a warrior king, his own ancestor, holding the weapon aloft, his voice ringing like thunder. But then, the vision changed. The warrior king fell. The spear was taken. The ocean wept. Darkness descended. The Leviathans rose in fury, no longer protectors but avengers. The sea and land turned against each other. The balance was shattered. Then came the final image, a terrible revelation. The spear of Nzinga was not just a weapon. It was a bond between two worlds, a bridge between land and sea. And now, that bridge had chosen a new guardian. Zuba. His breath caught in his throat as the realization hit him. This was not just about saving Bahara. The moment he claimed the spear, his fate had been sealed. He could never return home. The curse was clear: whoever wielded the spear would be bound to the ocean forever. The vision shattered. The ocean returned. Zuba gasped, his grip tightening around the spear. His heart pounded as he turned to Mawil. She stared at him, eyes filled with worry. "What did you see?" she asked. Zuba swallowed hard. "The truth." Mawil's expression darkened. "What truth?" Zuba hesitated. Could he tell her? Could he tell her that the spear would not just save Bahara, but bind him to it for eternity? That he could never return to Nyanga, never set foot on land again? Before he could answer, the ocean trembled. A roar echoed through the depths. The battle in Bahara was not over. Mawil's eyes widened. The Leviathans. Zuba clenched his jaw. "We have to go. Now." With the spear in hand, he felt a new strength surging through him, as if the ocean itself now moved with his will. He glanced at the guardian one last time. The ancient being nodded. "Go, guardian of the spear. Your destiny awaits." Zuba turned to Mawil. "Hold on to me." She grabbed his arm, and with a single stroke of the spear, Zuba propelled them forward at a speed faster than anything he had ever known. The ocean blurred around them as they raced back toward Bahara. The battle was still raging. The city was crumbling. The Leviathans were winning. And now, the final confrontation was about to begin. Zuba gripped the spear of Nzinga tightly as he and Mawil raced through the water, their surroundings blurring past them. The ocean trembled with distant shockwaves. Bahara was still under siege. The Leviathans, vengeful and relentless, were tearing through the Mermaid city. As they neared the outer reefs, the first signs of battle came into view. The once beautiful coral towers were cracked and crumbling, dark shapes moving ominously through the shadows. Merfolk warriors fought bravely, but their weapons barely scratched the scaled hides of the monster sea guardians. Zuba's heart pounded. He had to act fast. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the spear, and golden energy surged from its tip. A wave of force shot forward, slamming into a massive Leviathan that was lunging toward a group of merfolk. The beast roared as it was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the seabed. The merfolk turned, eyes widening. "The spear," one of them gasped. "It has returned," another shouted. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Hope surged through the warriors as they saw Zuba wielding the legendary weapon. Mawil grabbed his arm. "They're rallying," she said breathlessly. "We can do this." But Zuba's mind was still clouded by the truth he had seen in the vision. The curse of the spear bound him to the ocean. If he used its full power, there would be no going back. He forced the thought away. One battle at a time. Another Leviathan surged forward, its serpentine body twisting through the water, eyes burning with fury. With a mighty swing, Zuba slashed the spear through the currents. A golden arc of energy cut through the sea, striking the beast in the chest. The Leviathan shrieked, retreating momentarily. The battle raged on. Merfolk warriors fought with renewed strength, their tridents and spears finding their marks. But the Leviathans were relentless. For every one they pushed back, another surged forward. Then, the water trembled with a new presence. From the depths of the battlefield, an enormous shadow emerged. Larger than the rest. More ancient. The Leviathan King. Its massive form loomed over the ruins of Bahara, its glowing eyes locking onto Zuba. Its voice rumbled like an earthquake through the ocean. "You carry the spear, but you are no king." Zuba swallowed hard, tightening his grip. "I don't have to be a king to stop you." The Leviathan King let out a low growl. "You do not understand what you wield, boy." Mawil's fingers dug into Zuba's arm. "Zuba, this one is different." He knew that. The Leviathan King radiated an ancient power, stronger than any of its kin. If Zuba was to defeat it, he would have to use the full power of the spear. But if he did, he would be bound to the sea forever. The Leviathan King coiled its massive body, preparing to strike. The final battle was at hand. And Zuba had to decide. Would he unleash the spear's true power to save Bahara, knowing he could never return home? Or would he hold back, risking everything? The choice was his. The ocean held its breath. Zuba's fingers tightened around the spear of Nzinga as the Leviathan King coiled its massive body, its glowing eyes locked onto him. The sheer force of its presence made the water tremble. All around, Bahara lay in ruins. The merfolk, weary but determined, hovered behind Zuba, their weapons ready, but they knew the truth. No ordinary blade could pierce the Leviathan King's armored hide. Only the spear could. But to use it fully meant surrendering himself to the sea forever. "You hesitate, landborn," the Leviathan King rumbled. "You do not yet know the cost of wielding that power." Zuba's heart pounded. He had already seen the vision, the curse that would bind him to the ocean. But what choice did he have? If he failed now, Bahara would fall. He lifted the spear. A deep growl rumbled from the Leviathan King's throat. "Then come, child of Nyanga. Let the sea judge you." With a powerful flick of its tail, the Leviathan King surged forward. The water exploded around it, currents tearing through the battlefield like a raging storm. Zuba barely had time to react. He twisted his body, raising the spear just as the Leviathan's massive jaws snapped shut where he had been a moment before. The force sent him spinning backward, but he quickly regained control, thrusting the spear forward. A golden arc of energy shot through the water, striking the Leviathan King's armored chest. The beast recoiled slightly, but the attack barely left a mark. Zuba's eyes widened. "It's too strong." The Leviathan King's voice was a deep growl. "The spear's light has faded, boy. You are not worthy to wield it." Zuba gritted his teeth. He couldn't fail. He wouldn't fail. Mawil swam up beside him. "Zuba, listen to me. The spear is not just a weapon, it's a bond between land and sea. If you fight with only your strength, you will lose." Zuba's breath caught in his throat. A bond between land and sea. That was it. The spear had chosen him, but he had not fully accepted it. He had fought as a human trying to control its power. But he was more than that now. He had to become one with the ocean. Closing his eyes, he let go of his fear. He let the currents move through him. He listened to the rhythm of the sea, the pulse of Bahara, the whispers of the spear. And then, he felt it. The ocean welcomed him. His heartbeat synchronized with the tides. His body became weightless, no longer fighting against the sea but moving with it. The spear pulsed in his hands, glowing brighter than before. Zuba's eyes snapped open, now shining with golden light. The Leviathan King hesitated for the first time. "What?" Zuba surged forward. Faster than he had ever moved before, he became a streak of golden energy, weaving through the water like a current itself. He dodged the Leviathan King's massive claws, evading its tail with effortless grace. And then, he struck. The spear sliced through the water, embedding itself deep into the Leviathan King's chest. A shockwave of golden light erupted outward. The beast let out a deafening roar, its massive form convulsing as the spear's power surged through it. The ocean around them shimmered, as if time itself had paused. The Leviathan king's eyes locked onto Zuba. "You are truly chosen." With one final breath, the great beast let go of its fury. Its massive body began to dissolve into pure energy, the darkness that had corrupted it finally lifting. As the light faded, silence fell over Bahara. The battle was over. The merfolk watched in stunned awe as Zuba hovered in the water, the spear still glowing in his hands. He had done it. He had saved them. But the cost. He could already feel it. His connection to the surface world was fading. He was no longer just a prince of Nyanga. He was now a guardian of the sea. And there was no turning back. Silence filled the waters of Bahara. The battlefield, once chaotic with the fury of war, now stood eerily still. The Leviathan king was gone, his energy dissolving into the ocean like mist in the morning sun. The city, though battered and broken, still stood. The merfolk warriors, once bracing for their final stand, now watched Zuba with expressions of awe and reverence. He could see the reflection of the spear's golden glow in their wide eyes. Zuba's breathing was heavy, his chest rising and falling with each slow movement of the ocean. The spear of Nzinga, still warm in his grip, pulsed with power, its golden runes shifting like waves upon its surface. But something was wrong. He felt different. Lighter, yet heavier. As if something had been lifted from him, only to be replaced with an even greater burden. He tried to shake it off, to tell himself it was just exhaustion. But deep inside, he knew the truth. He was no longer the same. Mawil swam up to him, her eyes searching his face. "Zuba." Her voice was soft, but there was an urgency beneath it. "Are you all right?" Zuba parted his lips to answer, but then he felt it. The ocean. It was in him now. He wasn't just moving through the water, he was part of it. He could feel the shifting currents, the life that pulsed through the coral, the whispers of creatures miles away. And something else. The call of the deep. His heart clenched. He turned his gaze downward, toward the endless abyss below Bahara. A force, ancient and unrelenting, was pulling him toward it. Not with chains, not with force, but with belonging. He tried to ignore it. Tried to tell himself that once the battle was over, he would return home. Back to Nyanga. Back to his father, his people, his throne. But deep down, he already knew. There was no going back. The spear had claimed him. Zuba's fingers tightened around the weapon, the realization washing over him like a tidal wave. Mawil saw it in his eyes before he could say the words. She reached out, her fingers brushing against his arm. "Zuba, what's wrong?" He swallowed hard. He hesitated. How could he tell her? How could he say out loud that everything he had fought for, the chance to return home, to reclaim his place as prince, had been lost the moment he wielded the spear's full power? The merfolk, unaware of the storm raging inside him, began to gather around. A murmur spread through them. "He saved us. The spear has returned. He is the guardian now." Then, from the crowd, an elderly merfolk with a flowing silver beard swam forward. He wore the royal insignia of Bahara's High Council, his deep-set eyes filled with wisdom. "Zuba of Nyanga," the elder spoke, his voice echoing through the water. "You have done what no warrior before you could. You have restored the balance." The crowd murmured in agreement. Some bowed their heads in respect. Others reached out, as if touching him would confirm that he was real. "You are not just a hero," the elder continued. "You are the ocean's chosen." Zuba flinched. The ocean's chosen. The word struck him like a blow. This was real. Final. The battle was won, but his war was far from over. Mawil's gaze never left his face. She could see it. The turmoil. The fear. She reached for his hand, her fingers cool against his palm. "Zuba," she whispered, "tell me what's wrong." He turned to her, his heart hammering against his ribs. And then, the words finally left his lips. "I can't go back." A flicker of confusion crossed Mawil's face. "What do you mean?" Zuba's grip on the spear tightened. The curse, it wasn't just on Bahara. It was on the spear itself. The moment I used its full power, it bound me to the ocean. His voice wavered. "I can never return to the surface." Silence. The weight of his words pressed into the space between them. Mawil's eyes widened. Her grip on his hand tightened. "No. There must be a way." Zuba shook his head. "The spear is a bridge between land and sea. That bridge must always have a guardian." He exhaled sharply. "And now, I am that guardian." The realization hit Mawil like a crashing wave. She had fought so hard to break her own curse, believing that one day she and Zuba would find a way to be together, both in the ocean and on land. But now, instead of freeing her, Zuba had become trapped alongside her. Her hands trembled. "No. I won't accept that." She looked at the merfolk around them, her voice rising. "There has to be another way." The High Council. The elder stepped forward solemnly. "The spear's power is older than any of us. Its will cannot be undone so easily." Zuba clenched his jaw. "Then I will find a way." Mawil's heart ached at the determination in his eyes. He would never stop fighting. But she had seen the truth in his face. The curse was not something that could be undone with sheer willpower. Still, she refused to let hope die. "If there's a way," she whispered, "we will find it together." Zuba exhaled, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Together. But deep down, an unshakable fear coiled in his chest. Because if there was no way to break the curse, then the choice he had once faced, the choice between his kingdom and Bahara, was no longer a choice at all. His kingdom was already lost to him. And the ocean was now his only home. The ocean had changed. Or maybe, Zuba had. He could feel it in the way the water moved around him, no longer just an external force, but an extension of himself. He could sense the shifting currents, hear the distant echoes of creatures that had never dared to show themselves before. The spear of Nzinga, still glowing faintly in his grip, pulsed like a second heartbeat. Yet, even as the merfolk of Bahara celebrated their victory, a cold weight settled in Zuba's chest. His home. His kingdom. His father. All slipping further and further away. Mawil hadn't left his side. Even as the city's elders gathered to discuss what would happen next, she remained close, her fingers brushing his every so often as if to remind him she was still there. But Zuba knew what she wouldn't say aloud. She was afraid. Afraid that he would never stop searching for a way back to the land. Afraid that he would leave her behind, even now, when they were finally bound by the same fate. A heavy voice broke through his thoughts. "You have done well, warrior." Zuba turned to see the elder from before, the one who had named him the Ocean's Chosen. His face was worn with time, yet his eyes still carried the sharpness of wisdom. "I am Elder Mbali," the man said, his deep voice rolling like waves against the shore. "And you have saved us all." Zuba swallowed. "I didn't do it alone." "No, but the spear chose you. And in doing so, it has sealed your fate." Mbali's gaze was steady. "I see the war inside you, child of Nyanga." Zuba stiffened. "Then tell me how to undo it." Mbali sighed. "If the curse of the spear could be undone so easily, others would have done it before you." Zuba's fists clenched. "So, I'm just supposed to accept this? Accept that I will never see my home again?" "The ocean has accepted you, Zuba. But whether you accept the ocean, that is your choice. The words stung. He didn't want to accept the ocean. He wanted to fight against it. But before he could argue, a strange feeling prickled at the back of his mind. A whisper. Something watching. He turned sharply. The ruins of Bahara stretched before him, shimmering in the soft glow of the bioluminescent corals. And yet, there, beyond the broken temple spires, something shifted in the darkness. Not a Leviathan. Not a merfolk. Something older. Zuba. Mawil's voice was uncertain as she followed his gaze. What is it? He took a step forward, his grip tightening on the spear. Something is out there. The ocean around them seemed to darken, as if the very water itself was holding its breath. And then, a voice. Child of the land, you are not the first to seek escape. Zuba's blood turned to ice. From the shadows of the deep, a figure emerged. Tall. Draped in flowing robes that moved like seaweed in the current. Its eyes glowed like the pale moon, and its face, if it could even be called a face, shifted like ripples on water. The merfolk gasped. A few warriors instinctively raised their weapons, but Mbali lifted a hand, his expression grave. The Tide Keeper, he whispered. Zuba frowned. The what? Mbali's gaze remained locked on the being. An ancient one. A keeper of ocean secrets. It has not been seen for centuries. The Tide Keeper drifted forward, its voice echoing from everywhere and nowhere at once. You seek freedom from the spear's binding. And yet, you do not understand the price. Zuba stepped forward, his heart pounding. Tell me how to break the curse. The Tidekeeper's eyes flickered like distant stars. There is a way. But you will not like it. Silence. Then, Mawil moved closer, her voice barely above a whisper. What is the price? The Tidekeeper tilted its head. The land and sea were never meant to be divided. The spear exists to maintain that balance. To unbind it. The creature's gaze settled on Zuba, unblinking. You must shatter the balance completely. Zuba's breath caught in his throat. What does that mean? The ocean around them seemed to darken further, as if the very waters were afraid to answer. The Tidekeeper's voice was softer now, almost sad. It means you must destroy the spear of Nzinga. The words sent a cold shock through Zuba's body. Destroy the spear? The very weapon that had saved Bahara. That had held the power to unite land and sea. His hands trembled. If he did this, the connection between the ocean and the land would be broken forever. No more guardians. No more balance. The war between the Leviathans and the surface would rage once more. But he would be free. And he could go home. His chest tightened. That's the only way. The Tidekeeper nodded slowly. It is the only way. Mawil grabbed his wrist. Zuba, you can't. He turned to her, but before he could speak, he saw it in her eyes, fear. Not for herself, but for him. If you destroy the spear, she said, voice shaking, what happens to the ocean? To Bahara. The Tidekeeper remained silent. The answer was clear. The ocean would suffer. Zuba's heart pounded in his ears. He had fought so hard to protect this place, to protect Mawil. And now, the only way to return home was to undo everything he had just fought for. He felt trapped. Bound by a choice with no right answer. Stay, and be lost to the ocean forever. Or leave, and doom the sea to war. The weight of destiny pressed down on him. And the tides of fate began to shift once more. Zuba's fingers tightened around the spear of Nzinga. The weight of the Tidekeeper's words pressed into his chest like a stone sinking into the depths. The only way to free himself was to destroy the spear. But the cost. If the spear was destroyed, the fragile balance between land and sea would be shattered. The Leviathans would rise again, and Bahara, Mawil's home, could be lost forever. He turned to Mawil, her wide, fearful eyes pleading with him. She hadn't spoken another word, but she didn't need to. He already knew what she wanted to say. Don't do this. But then, a different image came to mind, his father, sitting upon the throne of Nyanga, waiting for his son's return. The warriors of his kingdom, preparing for a war they did not know was coming. His mother's voice, calling his name across the wind. I can't stay here forever. His heart clenched. No matter what he chose, he would lose something. Zuba lifted his gaze to the tidekeeper. If I destroy the spear, what happens to me? The ancient being tilted its head, watching him with its glowing eyes. You will be free. Your bond to the ocean will be severed, and you may return to the land. A flicker of hope surged in his chest. But before it could settle, the tidekeeper's voice deepened. But you will also sever the ocean's protection. The Leviathans will return, and they will have no master to hold them back. Bahara will not survive the storm that follows. The hope inside him died instantly. He swallowed hard. So, either I stay and lose my home, or I leave and doom Mawil's people. The tidekeeper said nothing. Zuba turned to Mawil. There has to be another way. Mawil's lips trembled. We'll find one, she whispered, desperation thick in her voice. We have to. But the silence that followed was crushing. The spear pulsed in his hand, as if it, too, was waiting for his decision. Zuba closed his eyes. His mind raced through every possibility, every way he could escape this choice. There had to be something. A hidden path. A forgotten secret. A way to break the curse without destroying everything. Then, suddenly, a new thought struck him. His eyes snapped open. What if I don't destroy the spear? He asked. What if I give it back? The tidekeeper's glowing eyes flickered, like moonlight on shifting waves. Give it back. Zuba's mind spun faster now, grasping at an idea forming in the depths of his thoughts. The Leviathans are only vengeful because the spear was taken from them. It was meant to unite land and sea, not divide them. If I return it to its rightful place, maybe the balance can be restored without war. The tidekeeper studied him for a long moment. Then, for the first time, it smiled. You think like a true guardian. Mawil's breath hitched. It could work. Elder Mbali stepped forward. But it is a risk. The Leviathans may not accept the spear's return so easily. Zuba nodded. I know. But I have to try. The decision was made. He would not destroy the spear. He would return it. To the one place no one dared to go. The abyss of the Leviathans. The decision had been made. Zuba would return the spear of Nzinga to the Leviathans. It was the only way to restore balance without dooming either Bahara or his own kingdom. But the journey to the abyss of the Leviathans was one few had ever survived. Elder Mbali gathered the remaining council members, their expressions grim as they discussed what little was known about the abyss. It lies in the deepest part of the ocean, Mbali explained, his voice heavy with caution. A place untouched by sunlight, where even the strongest merfolk dare not go. The Leviathans have made it their lair since the spear was taken. If you enter their domain, you may not return. Zuba tightened his grip on the spear. I have to try. Mawil placed a hand on his arm. You won't go alone. Zuba looked at her. Mawil. I am coming with you, she said firmly. This is my home. My people. I won't let you face the Leviathans alone. Mbali hesitated before nodding. Then you must take warriors with you. The journey is perilous, and the creatures that dwell in the abyss are unlike any you have faced before. From among the gathered merfolk, 3 warriors stepped forward. First was Batu, the strongest of Bahara's guardians, his trident shimmering with golden runes. His body was lined with scars from past battles, and his stern face showed no fear. Next was Suri, a swift and cunning huntress. Her deep green fins flickered with a sharp, darting movement, and her eyes were like those of a predator, always watching, always ready. And last was Kofi, the youngest of the warriors, but one of the bravest. His spear was carved from the bones of deep-sea creatures, and though he was smaller than the others, his resolve was unshakable. "We will stand by you," Bata said. "If this is the only way to save Bahara, then we will face the abyss together." Zuba nodded. "Then let's not waste time." The warriors of Bahara began their preparations, gathering supplies and weapons fit for the deep. The journey would be long, and once they entered the abyss, there would be no turning back. As they swam toward the city's outer walls, Mawil turned to Zuba. "You really think the Leviathans will listen?" Zuba exhaled slowly. "I don't know. But I have to believe they will." The ocean grew darker as they left Bahara behind, descending into the unknown. The abyss awaited. And with it, the creatures that had been waiting for their revenge. Zuba and his companions swam deeper into the ocean, leaving the glowing beauty of Bahara behind. The waters around them grew colder, darker, and heavier with each passing moment. At first, there was only silence. The kind of silence that pressed against their ears, making them feel like they were completely alone. But they weren't alone. Zuba could feel it, the unseen eyes watching them from the shadows. The spear of Nzinga pulsed in his grip, sensing the danger ahead. Mawil swam close beside him, her gaze darting around as she whispered, "Something is following us." Suri, the swift huntress, gritted her teeth. "We all feel it." Batu, the strongest of the warriors, twirled his trident. "Let them come. We are ready." But Kofi, the youngest, swallowed hard. "We haven't even reached the abyss yet." Then, without warning, the darkness moved. A shape, no, many shapes, stirred within the black depths below. Long, twisting tendrils slithered upward, slow and patient, curling around the currents like serpents. Then came the first whisper. Soft. Ghostly. Almost human. "Turn back." Zuba's breath caught. He turned his head sharply, but saw nothing. Another whisper. "You should not be here." The warriors tensed. Suri's sharp eyes darted toward the shadows. "It's coming from below." Then, the sea erupted. A mass of writhing tentacles shot upward, each one thicker than a tree trunk. The water churned violently as a monstrous figure emerged, a colossal creature with eyes like glowing pits of molten gold. A Nyoka wraith. An ancient guardian of the abyss. Its voice was like a crashing wave, deep and full of warning. "The abyss is forbidden. Leave, or be devoured." Zuba raised the spear. "We're here to return what was stolen." The creature hissed, its massive body shifting through the water like a living nightmare. "The spear? You bring it here." Mawil stepped forward. The Leviathans were betrayed. The spear was meant to unite land and sea. "We have come to set things right." The Nyoka wraith stilled. Its great, golden eyes narrowed. For a long moment, there was silence. Then, the monster shifted, retreating slightly into the gloom. "If you truly wish to face the Leviathans," it rumbled, "then you must survive the abyss." The shadows deepened. And from the darkness, more creatures stirred. Zuba tightened his grip on the spear. The real test was about to begin. The water around them thickened, pressing against Zuba's skin like an unseen force. The Nyoka wraith had vanished into the shadows, but its warning lingered in the silence. "If you truly wish to face the Leviathans, then you must survive the abyss." Zuba steadied his grip on the spear of Nzinga, his heart pounding like a war drum. The ocean felt different here, heavier, colder, full of whispers that slithered through the currents like unseen hands reaching for them. Mawil hovered close to him. "Something's changing." The warriors spread out, their eyes darting in every direction. Batu held his trident at the ready, his massive frame tense. Suri twitched, her sharp reflexes already prepared for an ambush. Kofi clutched his bone-carved spear, his face set in determination despite the slight tremble in his fingers. Then, the sea shifted. The darkness below split open like a great maw, swallowing the last traces of light. The ocean was no longer a vast, open space. It was a labyrinth. Great walls of jagged stone and swirling mist rose around them, twisting in impossible directions. The passageways stretched on endlessly, leading deeper into the unknown. Kofi turned in a slow circle. Where did the open sea go? Suri cursed under her breath. This is not natural. Mawil's voice was tight. It's the abyss. It's testing us. Batu let out a heavy breath, his grip tightening on his weapon. Then we must not fail. Zuba looked at the path ahead. He could feel something pulling him forward, deeper into the maze. The spear of Nzinga pulsed in his hand, as if guiding him. There's only one way out of this, he said. We keep moving. With no other choice, they swam forward, their movements slow and cautious. The labyrinth twisted around them, its paths shifting like a living thing. Shadows slithered in the distance, and ghostly voices whispered through the mist. Then, the first trial began. A deep rumble echoed through the maze, shaking the water around them. The mist thickened, curling into shapes, figures with hollow eyes and stretched mouths. Suri gasped. Spirits. The forms drifted closer, their voices merging into an eerie chant. Turn back. Turn back. Turn back. Zuba gritted his teeth. They're trying to break our minds. Batu slammed his trident against the ground. We do not fear the dead. But the spirits did not fade. Instead, they multiplied, their whispers turning into wails. The water trembled with their sorrow. And then, they attacked. A wraith shot forward, its hands outstretched, reaching for Zuba. Mawil screamed. Zuba! Zuba raised the spear just in time. The tip of the weapon flared with golden light, and the spirit recoiled, its shriek piercing the ocean. The warriors sprang into action. Batu swung his trident, the force of the blow scattering the mist. Suri darted through the water, her blade slashing at the wraiths before they could close in. Kofi stayed close to Mawil, guarding her from the spirits that tried to drag her into the darkness. The battle raged, but the spirits kept coming. Zuba's arms burned as he thrust the spear again and again. We can't fight forever. Mawil's eyes darted wildly, searching for a way out. Then she gasped. The spear. It's glowing. Zuba looked down. The carvings along the spear's shaft pulsed with golden light, growing brighter with each passing second. The ocean around them shivered as if reacting to its power. Zuba took a deep breath and raised the weapon high. Begone. The light exploded outward, sweeping through the labyrinth like a tidal wave. The wraiths shrieked as they were torn apart, their bodies dissolving into nothing. And then, silence. The mist cleared. The path ahead opened. They had passed the first trial. But as they caught their breath, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the abyss. The first test is complete, but the abyss is not done with you yet. Zuba's heart clenched. He knew the worst was yet to come. The ocean held its breath. Zuba and his companions floated in uneasy silence, the echoes of the spirits' wails still ringing in their ears. The mist had vanished, but the darkness remained. The labyrinth twisted ahead of them, waiting, shifting like a living thing. Then, the voice of the abyss returned. The first test is complete, but the abyss is not done with you yet. A slow tremor rippled through the water. The very walls of the maze seemed to pulse, like the inside of some great beast. Kofi's fingers tightened around his spear. What now? Before anyone could answer, the shadows around them stretched. Zuba's breath caught as the darkness slithered toward them, curling like ink through the water. It didn't come as mist or wraiths this time. It came as something else. Something personal. A figure stepped forward from the gloom, and Zuba felt his heart freeze. It was his father. King Adebayo of Nyanga. Or at least, something wearing his face. The towering warrior king floated before him, dressed in royal battle armor, his eyes glowing with a cold, unnatural light. His deep, rumbling voice was the same as Zuba remembered, only now, it was laced with something cruel. Zuba. My son. You have abandoned your people. Zuba's stomach twisted. No. This isn't real. But the figure stepped closer, his gaze filled with disappointment. You were supposed to return as a hero. His father's voice was sharp as a blade. Instead, you swim among the cursed ones, forgetting your duty. Zuba's hands shook. No. This is a trick. A test. But the words struck deep. Because wasn't there truth in them? Wasn't he failing his kingdom by staying here? He had spent so much time thinking of Mawil, of Bahara's fate, but what of his own people? Nyanga was on the brink of war. How many warriors had died already, waiting for their prince to return? He felt the weight of the spear of Nzinga in his hands. His father's gaze darkened. That weapon belongs to Nyanga. To our warriors. Not to these creatures. Zuba swallowed hard. No. The Shadow King's eyes flashed. Give it to me. Zuba took a step back. I won't. His father's form stiffened. Then, his face changed. His features melted and twisted, reforming into a new figure. Zuba's breath caught. It was Mawil. Her expression was not one of love or warmth, it was filled with sorrow. Her voice was barely a whisper. Zuba, you can't save me. The words slammed into his chest. I will save you. No, she shook her head. I am cursed. Bound to this ocean forever. And if you stay, the curse will take you too. Zuba's grip on the spear trembled. The abyss was testing him. It was showing him the worst truths of his heart. His father's disappointment. His people's suffering. The fear that no matter what he did, he would lose. He squeezed his eyes shut. This isn't real. These are just shadows. But the doubts, those were real. Mawil reached for him, her expression pained. Go home, Zuba. His breath came fast. His mind raced. And then, a sharp voice cut through the darkness. Zuba, look at me. His eyes snapped open. The real Mawil was in front of him, her hands gripping his shoulders. Her touch was warm, solid, real. The shadows are lying to you, she said, her voice fierce. They're feeding on your fears. Zuba's heart pounded. He turned, and the illusions flickered. His father. The false Mawil. Their eyes twisted into pools of blackness. They were not real. Zuba's jaw clenched. He lifted the spear of Nzinga, and light flared from its tip. The shadows screeched. The illusions warped, their forms stretching and shattering like broken glass. A deep, guttural growl echoed through the abyss as the test ended. Then, silence. The darkness receded. The maze shifted again, revealing the path forward. Mawil exhaled shakily. That was close. Bata crossed his arms. The abyss seeks to break us before we ever reach the Leviathans. Kofi still clutched his spear, his face pale. Will there be more tests? Suri narrowed her eyes at the path ahead. I think we already know the answer to that. Zuba looked down at the spear in his hands. The abyss had tried to shake his resolve, to fill his heart with doubt. But he had chosen to fight back. And he would keep fighting. no matter what came next. The ocean ahead lay in eerie silence. The abyss, once shifting and restless, now felt still. Too still. Zuba and his companions floated in the open water, their breath slow, their bodies tense. They had survived the trial of fear, but they all knew the abyss was far from finished with them. Mawil swam close to Zuba. "It's watching us." Kofi shuddered. "I don't like this. I'd rather face another monster than this, waiting." Batu, ever the warrior, tightened his grip on his trident. "Then let it come. I will face whatever test this cursed place throws at us." But Suri, the sharp-eyed huntress, frowned. "No. This is different." She swept her gaze across the dark waters. "The abyss isn't sending something at us this time." She turned, eyes locking on each of them. "It's turning us against each other." A cold dread slithered down Zuba's spine. Then, the darkness pulsed. For a heartbeat, the ocean shifted around them, distorting, twisting. And when it settled, everything had changed. Zuba blinked. The warriors were still beside him. The spear of Nzinga still pulsed in his grip. But the air between them felt different. Wrong. Then, Batu's voice cut through the silence. "Who among us is the traitor?" The words sent a shiver down Zuba's spine. Kofi snapped his head up. "What? There is no traitor." Batu turned to face them all, his expression unreadable. "The abyss is testing us again. The trial of fear was meant to break our spirits. This one," his eyes darkened, "is meant to break our trust." A thick silence fell over the group. Then, a laugh. Low. Cold. Not human. Zuba spun, searching the shadows. "Who's there? Show yourself." The voice slithered through the water. "Why look for enemies in the dark, when they stand right beside you?" The warriors tensed. Kofi's voice wavered. "It's trying to make us doubt each other." Suri stepped forward. "Then let's not fall for its tricks." But Batu's gaze remained locked on Zuba. His voice was steady, but sharp. "How do we know it's a trick?" Zuba's breath caught. "What are you saying?" Batu pointed at the spear of Nzinga. "That weapon was stolen from the Leviathans. The creatures of the sea have every reason to want it back." His gaze flickered to Mawil. "And she is one of them." A heavy silence fell over the group. Mawil stiffened. "You think I would betray you?" Batu didn't move. "I think we don't know what's real anymore." Suri growled. "Enough. The abyss wants us to turn against each other." But Batu wasn't finished. "And what about Zuba?" His voice was low. "He is the only one who can wield the spear. The last warrior king to hold it led an army against the sea. What if this has all been a trick? What if this is his test, to see if he will claim the spear for himself?" Zuba's stomach twisted. "You think I would betray you?" Batu's muscles tensed. "I think the abyss wants to make us question everything. And it's working." The voice in the darkness whispered again. "Which of you will strike first?" The tension in the water was suffocating. Then, a sudden movement. Batu lunged. Straight at Zuba. Zuba barely had time to react. The trident sliced through the water, missing him by inches. "Batu, stop!" Mawil cried. But Batu wasn't listening. His eyes were dark, his expression clouded. The abyss had taken hold of his mind. He attacked again. Zuba had no choice. He raised the spear. The golden light flared, slamming into Batu's trident and knocking him back. "Batu, this isn't you!" Zuba shouted. But Batu only growled, his muscles coiling like a predator ready to strike. And then, A second voice rang out. Enough. A burst of power shot through the ocean, sending a shockwave between them. Batu froze. His body stiffened, then his eyes cleared. The dark mist around him melted away. His breath came in sharp, ragged gasps. He looked down at his hands, horror dawning in his eyes. What have I done? Zuba exhaled, lowering the spear. The abyss was twisting your mind. Suri swam between them, her expression still wary. Are you yourself again? Batu swallowed hard. His hands clenched into fists. Then, slowly, he nodded. Yes. Kofi let out a shuddering breath. That was too close. The voice of the abyss rumbled once more. You have seen the face of betrayal. You have felt the weight of doubt. But trust is like the tide, it can vanish in a moment. The labyrinth shifted. The path ahead opened once more. The trial was over. Zuba turned to Batu. Do you still trust me? Batu hesitated. Then, with a deep breath, he nodded. Yes. Zuba gripped his shoulder. Then let's finish this. They swam forward, together. The abyss had tried to break them. But their bond was stronger. The ocean ahead was silent, but the warriors knew better than to trust the stillness. They had faced fear. They had faced betrayal. Now, as the shadows of the abyss curled around them once more, Zuba felt the weight of something heavier settling upon them. A choice was coming. Mawil swam beside him, her expression troubled. The trials are growing stronger. Kofi exhaled sharply. How many more before we reach the Leviathans? Suri's sharp eyes scanned the path ahead. That depends. How much more can we endure? The words lingered, thick with meaning. Then, the ocean changed again. A great stone archway rose before them, covered in ancient carvings. The symbols glowed with a dim, blue light, pulsing like a heartbeat. At the center of the arch was a door, not of wood or stone, but of water itself. It shimmered like a liquid mirror. Batu narrowed his eyes. A gateway. Zuba felt a strange energy in the water. The passage ahead wasn't just a path, it was a test. And something was waiting on the other side. Kofi hesitated. What happens if we go through? A deep, ancient voice rumbled from the archway. One must be left behind. The words echoed through the water like the tolling of a great bell. Zuba's chest tightened. What? The voice spoke again, slow and heavy. The path forward is narrow. To pass through, one must remain behind, forever. A hush fell over them. Batu stepped forward, his jaw clenched. Then I will stay. No. Suri snapped. We need you. Batu turned to her. We need to reach the Leviathans. If it takes one of us staying behind, then I. Enough. Mawil's voice was sharp. She turned to the archway. There must be another way. The voice did not waver. There is not. Zuba's hands curled into fists. His mind raced. They had fought so hard to make it this far. He refused to lose anyone now. Then, the spear of Nzinga in his grasp pulsed. Light flickered along the carvings of the arch. The warriors watched as images unfolded before them, scenes from the past. A warrior king standing at the edge of the ocean. A great battle between land and sea. And then, a single warrior stepping forward, placing his weapon upon an altar, and never returning. Mawil's breath hitched. It's always been this way. Suri scowled. What do you mean? Mawil turned to them, her voice quiet but steady. The trial of sacrifice. Each time the spear of Nzinga has passed through the abyss, someone has been left behind. The abyss demands it. Kofi's fists clenched. Then we refuse. The carvings flared brighter. The water trembled. Choose. A long silence stretched between them. Then Zuba took a step forward. I will stay. The others snapped their heads toward him. Mawil's eyes widened. No. But Zuba's decision was firm. I was the one chosen to carry the spear. If the abyss demands a price, I will pay it. Batu growled. We did not come all this way just to lose you. Zuba's grip tightened around the spear. And if we do not choose, we all fail. A heavy silence. Then, a soft whisper. No. Zuba turned. Mawil floated before him, her face pale. But her eyes were fierce. I will stay. Zuba's heart clenched. Mawil. This is my home, she said softly. I was never meant to leave the sea. But you, your people need you. Zuba shook his head. I won't leave you. Mawil smiled, sadness in her eyes. Then you will doom us all. The archway trembled. The water shuddered. The abyss was waiting. Zuba's mind raced. He had fought so hard to save Mawil from her curse. But now, she was choosing to stay. To save them. No, he whispered. There has to be another way. Mawil reached for his hand, her fingers warm against his skin. You must finish this, she said. For Bahara. For your kingdom. For us. Zuba felt the ocean pressing in around him. The weight of destiny. The weight of choice. He closed his eyes. He knew what he had to do. But could he? The ocean trembled with silent expectation. The warriors hovered before the shimmering water door, the glowing symbols of the archway casting flickering lights across their faces. The abyss had spoken. One of them must stay behind forever. Mawil's hand was still in Zuba's, her dark eyes steady but sad. I will stay. But Zuba's heart raged against it. No, he whispered, shaking his head. There must be another way. The voice of the abyss rumbled through the water. There is not. Suri clenched her fists. We refuse to leave anyone behind. Batu's face was carved from stone, but his hands gripped his trident so tightly his knuckles turned white. Kofi swallowed hard, his usually playful face grim. Zuba turned to Mawil, his grip on her hand tightening. I won't lose you. A sad smile touched her lips. Zuba. But he wasn't listening. His mind raced. The carvings on the archway had shown him something, the past. The last time a warrior had crossed with the spear of Nzinga, he had left someone behind. That didn't mean it had to happen again. The abyss fed on sacrifice. But what if they refused to let it take anything? Zuba turned to the spear in his hands. It pulsed with golden light. This weapon had been forged to unite land and sea, not to be the cause of endless pain. A spark of understanding bloomed inside him. Maybe it was never about losing someone. Maybe it was about proving they would not. Zuba lifted the spear. I choose no one. The abyss roared in fury. You defy the law of the deep. The ocean around them shook. A powerful force slammed into them, waves crashing through the water like a storm. The warriors braced themselves as darkness curled around them, rising like a great beast. Zuba held the spear tightly. We have faced fear. We have faced betrayal. And now we face you. His voice was strong, unwavering. We will not sacrifice anyone. If you demand a price, then take me, but not Mawil, not Batu, not Kofi, or Suri. I will not leave anyone behind. Golden light burst from the spear. The darkness howled in rage. The water churned wildly, the archway shaking as cracks split across its glowing surface. The ocean itself seemed to fight back, but Zuba held firm, pouring all his strength into the spear. The golden light spread, wrapping around Mawil, Batu, Suri, and Kofi. The abyss screeched. Then, a sudden, deafening silence. The water became still. The dark tendrils of the abyss retreated. The archway shuddered, and then, slowly, it began to change. The carvings that had once demanded sacrifice now glowed with new meaning. The images shifted, showing not a warrior leaving someone behind, but a warrior standing with his people, refusing to be divided. Zuba's breath caught. The abyss had not wanted them to abandon someone. It had wanted them to defy the expectation of sacrifice. To choose togetherness. A deep, ancient voice rumbled through the water, softer now. You have broken the cycle. The warriors watched in stunned silence as the water door shimmered, its form becoming clear and open. The path forward was free. Mawil turned to Zuba, her eyes filled with awe. You did it. Zuba exhaled, his grip on the spear loosening slightly. We did it. Batu let out a short laugh, shaking his head. So all this time, the abyss wanted us to not sacrifice someone. Suri smirked. I suppose the greatest test of sacrifice is refusing to give into it. Kofi grinned. Well, I'm just glad it wasn't me. Zuba chuckled, shaking his head. Come on. He turned to the open doorway. Let's finish this. They swam forward, side by side, hearts steady. They had broken the cycle. But the greatest challenge still lay ahead. Beyond the archway, the darkness shifted. The Leviathans were waiting. The warriors passed through the archway, the glow of the broken curse fading behind them. The ocean beyond was deep, vast, and eerily quiet. Zuba gripped the spear of Nzinga tightly. The weight of what they had just done, breaking the cycle of sacrifice, lingered in his heart. But there was no time to rest. Ahead, the ocean floor sloped downward into a great chasm. And from that chasm, something moved. A low, rumbling growl vibrated through the water. It wasn't the voice of the abyss this time. This sound was different, ancient, full of rage, and powerful enough to shake the sea itself. Mawil sucked in a sharp breath. They're coming. Zuba nodded. Stay ready. Then, the water darkened. A massive shadow swirled through the depths, coiling and shifting. The warriors barely had time to react before a massive head emerged from the abyss, its glowing red eyes locking onto them. A Leviathan. It was larger than any creature Zuba had ever seen. Its body was covered in thick, black scales, and long, jagged fins stretched from its back like wings. It opened its mouth slightly, revealing rows of gleaming teeth as long as spears. Another shape moved behind it. Then another. And another. Three ancient Leviathans, the guardians of the sea, the bringers of judgment. Batu tensed. They don't look happy. Kofi swallowed hard. Maybe we should talk first before swinging weapons. The largest Leviathan, the one in the center, tilted its head slightly. When it spoke, its voice was deep and heavy, as if the weight of time itself rested upon its tongue. You have come far, land dweller. Its glowing red eyes locked onto Zuba. And you carry what was stolen. The spear of Nzinga pulsed in his hand. Zuba straightened. I came to return balance. The Leviathan's massive body coiled through the water. Balance. Balance was lost the day your kind stole the spear. The day your people betrayed the ocean. Mawil swam closer, her voice strong but calm. The past is full of wounds. But we are here to heal them, not deepen them. The second Leviathan growled, its voice rougher. Words mean nothing. Only action. The third Leviathan, smaller than the others but just as deadly, narrowed its glowing eyes. You broke the trial of sacrifice. Do you think you have won? Zuba lifted his chin. I think we've shown that there's another way. The first Leviathan's mouth curled slightly. Perhaps. But if you truly seek to restore what was lost. The ocean around them shifted. The current grew heavier. Then prove it. Zuba's chest tightened. What do you mean? The first Leviathan's red eyes glowed brighter. The spear was meant to unite. Show us if it still can. A deep tremor rumbled through the sea. The ocean itself pulled around them, dragging the warriors into a swirling current. And then, a battlefield. Dark shapes moved in the water. Creatures of the abyss, shadows twisted by rage, surged from the depths. The Leviathans roared. Fight beside us, land dweller. If you seek unity, then stand as our brother in war. Zuba felt his heartbeat quicken. The battle was beginning. And this time, it was not against the Leviathans. It was with them. The ocean roared as the battle began. Dark shapes surged from the depths, creatures of shadow and fury, twisted by the curse that had long plagued the sea. Their eyes burned like molten embers, and their serpentine bodies coiled and lashed through the water like living nightmares. The Leviathans lunged forward, their massive forms cutting through the waves with the force of an ocean storm. The first Leviathan, Cuthan, released a bellowing roar that sent shock waves rippling through the sea. His red eyes blazed as he struck at the nearest abyssal creature, his colossal jaws snapping shut with a force that made the water shudder. Zuba tightened his grip on the spear of Nzinga. The weapon pulsed in his hands, responding to the energy of the battle. He had wielded it against foes before, but now he would use it for the ocean, not against it. Maweel swam beside him, her golden fins flashing in the dim light. We fight together, she reminded him. Not just with weapons, but with purpose. Zuba nodded. Then let's give them everything we have. With that, he shot forward, the spear crackling with golden energy. Batu let out a war cry, swinging his trident in great, sweeping arcs as he followed. Suri darted between enemies with lightning speed, striking with precision, while Kofi weaved through the chaos, using his agility to outmaneuver the dark creatures and land powerful blows. The sea was alive with battle. Zuba thrust the spear forward, and a burst of golden energy erupted from its tip, striking a shadowed beast square in the chest. The creature shrieked as it was thrown backward, its form unraveling into wisps of darkness. Cuthan, the largest Leviathan, rumbled approvingly. The spear still holds its power. Zuba didn't have time to respond. More creatures came. They moved like a swarm, surrounding him and the others, their twisted limbs reaching for them with clawed hands and snapping jaws. But the warriors did not falter. Batu drove his trident into the heart of a lunging beast, while Maweel summoned a powerful current to hurl another away. Suri spun through the water with dancer-like grace, striking weak points with her twin daggers. Kofi dodged a shadowy tendril that lashed toward him. I really hope we don't have to fight these things every time we try to fix something. Zuba barely had time to laugh. More creatures were coming. Too many. The battle was fierce, but something was wrong. The shadows were growing thicker. Zuba's grip tightened on the spear. Why aren't they stopping? Cuthan turned his massive head, his red eyes narrowing. Because they are not meant to stop. The realization struck Zuba like a crashing wave. These creatures, they weren't just guardians of the abyss. They were part of it. And the abyss did not want to let them go. Maweel's voice was urgent. We have to change our strategy. We can't just fight them, we need to break their hold on the sea. Zuba's mind raced. The spear was more than just a weapon. It had been forged to unite the land and sea. It had been meant to heal. Maybe it still could. He looked at Maweel. I have an idea. But I need time. She nodded. Then we'll buy you time. She turned to the others. Hold them back. Batu grinned fiercely. Gladly. Kofi sighed. You owe me for this, Zuba. Suri smirked. Focus, Kofi. Zuba took a deep breath, gripping the spear with both hands. He could feel its power humming beneath his fingers. This was it. He closed his eyes. And reached. The ocean around him pulsed with energy. The shadows snarled, sensing the shift. The Leviathans roared. Zuba opened his eyes, now glowing with golden light. The spear of Nzinga flared with power. The battle was about to change. The ocean trembled with power. Zuba floated in the heart of the battle, the spear of Nzinga pulsing with golden energy in his hands. The shadows surged around him, snarling and snapping, but he did not strike. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused. He felt the ocean, the rhythm of the waves, the heartbeat of the deep, the ancient wounds left behind by betrayal. The abyss was more than a prison. It was a wound, a scar of rage and loss. And wounds could be healed. Mawil, Batu, Suri, and Kofi fought fiercely around him, holding the creatures back as Zuba let the power of the spear flow through him. Kuthan, the largest Leviathan, watched him closely. "What are you doing, land dweller?" the ancient guardian rumbled. Zuba opened his eyes. Golden light flickered in them. "I'm healing the sea." He thrust the spear forward, not to attack, but to release its power. A wave of golden light exploded from the weapon, flooding the ocean with warmth. The shadows shrieked, their twisted forms writhing as the light washed over them. The warriors gasped as the creatures, those dark, monstrous things, began to change. Their jagged, cursed forms unraveled like mist, revealing something beneath. Fish. Merfolk. Ancient sea creatures, long lost to the abyss. The curse had twisted them, but now, the light of the spear was setting them free. Mawil's eyes widened. Zuba, they were never monsters. Zuba's heart pounded. They were trapped. One by one, the creatures transformed, their bodies shedding the dark corruption that had held them captive for centuries. The abyss roared in defiance, fighting against the light. The ocean shook with fury. The Leviathans reared back, their red eyes flashing as the deep waters trembled. "No," Kuthan growled. "The abyss does not wish to be healed." Zuba gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the spear. "Then we'll make it heal." The golden light surged, brighter, stronger. The ocean itself seemed to breathe. And then, the abyss shattered. Darkness peeled away, like a storm cloud torn apart by the sun. The once cursed creatures, now freed, swam in stunned silence. The warriors stared in awe. And the Leviathans watched. For the first time in centuries, the deep was no longer a place of pain. It was whole. Kuthan lowered his great head, his massive red eyes glowing with something unreadable. "You have done what no land dweller has ever done." Zuba met his gaze. "It wasn't just me. It was all of us." The Leviathan was silent for a long moment. Then, he spoke. The spear of Nzinga was meant to unite. His deep voice rumbled. And today, it has. The ocean around them glowed. For the first time in centuries, the sea and its guardians were at peace. But even as relief washed over the warriors, Zuba's heart clenched. Because this wasn't over. His own kingdom still teetered on the brink of war. And Mawil. Her curse still remained. He turned to her, his heart aching. "We saved the ocean." His voice was quiet. "But we haven't saved you." Mawil's smile was bittersweet. "We will find a way." The currents shifted around them, whispering of change. But one final choice remained. Would Zuba return home to prevent war, or stay in the sea, bound by love and destiny? The ocean was quiet. For the first time in centuries, the cursed darkness of the abyss had lifted. The once twisted creatures swam freely, blinking at the light as if seeing the sea for the first time. The Leviathans, ancient guardians of the deep, hovered in the distance, watching in solemn silence. Zuba should have felt victorious. But his heart was heavy. The battle was won, but the war wasn't over. His kingdom, his people, still stood at the edge of destruction. If he did not return soon, Zuma would be swallowed by war. And Mawil. She was still bound to the sea, cursed to never leave. Zuba turned to her. "We did it." His voice was soft. "But your curse?" She shook her head gently. "The spear saved the ocean. But not me." Her eyes held sorrow, but also something else, hope. "Maybe it's not the spear that can free me," she said. "Maybe it's you." Zuba's fingers tightened around the weapon. Could that be true? Could his choices, his actions, break the chains that bound her? Before he could speak, a low rumble echoed through the water. The Leviathans were moving. Cuthan, the largest of them, swam forward. His glowing red eyes burned with something unreadable. "Land dweller," he said, his deep voice rolling like distant thunder. "You have healed the abyss. But the sea and land are still divided." Zuba met his gaze. "I know. And you know that without you, the land will fall into chaos." Zuba's throat tightened. His kingdom needed him. But Mawil. She needed him too. Cuthan's gaze softened, just slightly. "The spear has chosen you, warrior prince. It is not only a weapon, it is a key. The bond between land and sea is broken, but it can be repaired." Zuba swallowed hard. "How?" Cuthan tilted his great head. "The answer does not lie in battle, but in choice." Mawil swam closer. "What does that mean?" The Leviathan did not answer. Instead, he let out a long, deep sigh. The spear of Nzinga was forged to unite two worlds. And yet, for centuries, they have been at war. His red eyes flickered toward Zuba. "Perhaps what the ocean needs is a bridge." Silence fell. A bridge? Realization struck Zuba like a crashing wave. Cuthan wasn't just talking about the spear. He was talking about him. Zuba was a prince of the land, yet he had fought for the sea. He had proven that the two worlds could stand together. That they should stand together. Maybe the way to break the cycle was to unite them permanently. But could he do that? Could he stay? Or would he have to choose? His heart pounded. The ocean waited. The world itself seemed to hold its breath. And Zuba knew his next decision would change everything. The ocean held its breath. Zuba's mind raced. He had thought that saving the abyss would bring clarity, that victory would mean everything would fall into place. But now, standing between two worlds, he felt more uncertain than ever. The spear of Nzinga pulsed in his grip, its golden energy whispering possibilities. The Leviathan Cuthan had called him a bridge. Did that mean he had to stay in the sea forever? Or could he find another way, one that wouldn't force him to abandon his people or Mawil? Batu, ever the warrior, crossed his arms. "You belong to the land, prince. Your kingdom needs you. The war must be stopped before it's too late." Suri nodded. "And without you, they may never believe in peace." Kofi sighed, rubbing the back of his head. "I hate to admit it, but they're right. Zuma won't just wait forever. If we don't act, everything we fought for here will mean nothing." Zuba knew they were right. But when he turned to Mawil, his heart ached. Her golden fins shimmered in the water, her gaze filled with longing and fear. She knew what they were all saying. She knew what duty required of him. "I can't leave you," Zuba whispered. Mawil's lips parted, but she did not answer. Because she knew something, too. "You have to go," she said finally. The words cut through him like a blade. "No," he shook his head, gripping the spear tighter. "Not like this. There has to be a way. Cuthan rumbled deep in his chest. Perhaps there is. All eyes turned to the great Leviathan. Mawil frowned. What do you mean? Cuthan's red eyes gleamed. The curse that binds you to the sea, Mawil, is ancient. It is tied to the balance of the ocean, to its very heart. If Zuba truly wishes to change fate, he must be willing to give something in return. A heavy silence followed. Zuba's breath caught. What kind of price? The water around them seemed to darken. The ocean cannot simply let go of one of its own, Cuthan said. But it can make an exchange. Zuba's pulse pounded. He knew what the Leviathan was saying before the words were even spoken. If Mawil was to walk on land, then Zuba would have to take her place in the sea. Mawil's eyes widened. No, she whispered. That's not fair. Cuthan's voice remained steady. The ocean does not deal in fairness. It deals in balance. The weight of the choice crushed down on Zuba. If he agreed, Mawil would be free, but he would never return home. His people would never see him again. If he refused, he would go back to Zuma and end the war, but Mawil would remain cursed, forever trapped beneath the waves. He looked around at his friends. Batu, the fierce warrior who had fought by his side. Suri, sharp and quick as lightning. Kofi, who had risked everything to stand with them. They all watched him, waiting. And then, he looked at Mawil. The girl who had saved his life. The girl who had stolen his heart. Her golden fins glowed softly, and her hands trembled at her sides. I won't let you do this, she whispered. You don't belong to the sea, Zuba. His chest ached. And you don't belong only to the ocean. Her fingers curled into fists. I'd rather be cursed forever than lose you. Zuba reached out, brushing a strand of her dark hair away from her face. I can't lose you either, he said. The sea swirled around them, waiting for his answer. Would he stay in the ocean and let Mawil walk free? Or would he return to Zuma and leave her behind forever? The choice was his. And it would change everything. The ocean held its breath. The choice loomed over Zuba like a shadow, two paths, both unbearable. Give up his life on land, his kingdom, and his people to set Mawil free. Or return to Zuma, leaving her behind forever. No matter which path he chose, someone would suffer. Someone would be lost. His fingers tightened around the spear of Nzinga. There has to be another way, he said, his voice firm. I refuse to believe that these are my only choices. Mawil's golden fins trembled. Zuba. Cuthan's massive form loomed over them, his red eyes unblinking. There is no other way. Balance must be restored. The ocean does not bend to the desires of mortals. But Zuba was not ready to accept that. He had healed the abyss. He had ended the war between the Leviathans and Bahara. He had done the impossible once, why couldn't he do it again? No, Zuba said, his voice stronger now. I don't accept that. He turned to Mawil, his heart pounding. You told me the curse binds you to the ocean's fate. And Cuthan says that balance must be maintained. She nodded, uncertain. Yes. Then what if we don't break the balance? Zuba pressed. What if we change it? Suri's eyes widened. You mean, rewrite the curse? Zuba's mind raced. The spear of Nzinga was made to unite land and sea. It healed the abyss, it brought peace where there was war. What if it can reshape the very magic that binds Mawil? Kofi let out a low whistle. You're talking about rewriting the laws of the ocean itself. Batu folded his arms. Sounds impossible. Zuba turned back to Cuthan. Is it? The great Leviathan was silent. The ocean currents shifted, whispering through the deep. Finally, Cuthan rumbled, There is only one way to change the curse. Zuba leaned forward. Tell me. The heart of the tides. A hush fell over them. Mawil's breath hitched. That's a myth. It is not. Cuthan's red eyes glowed. The heart of the tides is the source of the ocean's magic. It lies in the deepest trench, beyond the reach of mortals. If you can reach it, you may be able to reshape Mawil's fate. Zuba's heart pounded. A third path. A dangerous, impossible path. But it was their only chance. I'll do it, he said without hesitation. Mawil grabbed his arm. Zuba, no one who has gone after the heart has ever returned. He turned to her, determination burning in his eyes. Then I'll be the first. The ocean trembled. The journey to the heart of the tides would be the most dangerous quest of all. But Zuba was ready. Because for Mawil, for his kingdom, for the future of both land and sea, he would do the impossible. The sea itself seemed to shudder. Zuba had made his choice. No one spoke for a long moment. The weight of what he had just decided pressed down on them all like the ocean depths above. Even the Leviathans, ancient and powerful, regarded him with something close to respect, or perhaps pity. The heart of the tides, Mawil murmured, her golden fins shimmering with unease. If it's real, it lies in the deepest trench of the ocean. No one has ever returned from there. Zuba met her gaze, his voice steady. Then we'll be the first. Batu crossed his arms. We. Zuba nodded. I won't do this alone. Suri scoffed, flicking a strand of seaweed from her shoulder. Well, obviously. If we let you go by yourself, you'd probably get eaten before you got there. Kofi sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Or crushed by the pressure. Or lost in the dark. Or... Batu shot him a glare. Kofi raised his hands. Just saying. It's suicide. Mawil turned to Cuthan, her expression desperate. Is it even possible to reach the heart? The Leviathan's glowing eyes flickered. Few have tried. None have returned. Zuba's grip on the spear of Nzinga tightened. Then I'll ask again, is it possible? Cuthan regarded him for a long moment. Then, slowly, the great Leviathan inclined his massive head. Yes. A spark of hope flared in Zuba's chest. But Cuthan was not finished. The journey to the heart is perilous beyond measure. The ocean is not gentle at those depths. Creatures of nightmare dwell in the abyss. And worse still, the heart does not give its power freely. The hope in Zuba's chest faltered. What do you mean? It demands a price. Mawil inhaled sharply. A sacrifice. A cold dread settled over the group. Batu exhaled. There's always a price. Zuba lifted his chin. Then I'll pay it. The others stared at him. Suri muttered, this guy really doesn't believe in self-preservation, does he? Mawil grabbed Zuba's arm. Don't say that so easily. You don't even know what the heart will ask of you. I don't care, Zuba said, softer now. If this is the only way to change the curse, to save you and my people, then I have to try. Mawil's fingers trembled. But she did not argue. She knew him too well. Cuthan's deep voice rumbled. Then prepare yourselves. The journey will test you. The ocean is dark below, and even the spear's light may not be enough. Zuba looked around at his friends. I won't force any of you to come with me. Suri smirked. Please. Like we'd let you go alone. Kofi sighed. This is probably the worst idea we've ever had. But fine. I'm in. Batu didn't speak, he simply placed a firm hand on Zuba's shoulder, nodding. Zuba turned to Mawil. You don't have to. She pressed a finger against his lips, silencing him. I'm not letting you do this without me. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the dangers ahead didn't matter. They were in this together. Cuthan gave a solemn nod. Then go, warriors of the sea. Seek the heart of the tides. And may the ocean be merciful. Zuba took a deep breath. Then, gripping the spear of Nzinga, he turned to the deep. And together, they swam toward the abyss. The deeper they swam, the colder the ocean became. At first, Zuba barely noticed. The upper waters of Bahara were alive with glowing fish and coral forests, their bioluminescent lights flickering like stars in the sky. But the deeper they went, the more those lights faded, swallowed by an ever-growing darkness. Soon, the only thing illuminating their path was the golden glow of the spear of Nzinga. Kofi shivered. I don't like this. His voice was barely a whisper. Suri nodded, her sharp eyes scanning their surroundings. Feels like something's watching us. Zuba didn't argue. The pressure in the water was thick, heavy, as if the ocean itself was holding its breath. Mawil swam closer to him. We're entering the midnight trench, she said, her voice hushed. No sunlight has ever touched these waters. Zuba tightened his grip on the spear. Then we'll have to be our own light. Batu, ever the warrior, let his hand rest on the hilt of his dagger. Stay alert. We don't know what's down here. They pressed on, diving deeper and deeper into the abyss. The water became dense, the current sluggish. Shadows stretched endlessly, shifting in ways that made Zuba's skin crawl. Then, from below, a sound. A low, rumbling growl. Kofi's face went pale. Please tell me that was someone's stomach. Before anyone could answer, the darkness moved. A shape, massive, coiling, emerged from the void. Two huge glowing eyes snapped open, each one the size of a ship's sail. Then came the teeth. Rows and rows of needle-sharp fangs gleamed in the spear's light as the creature unfurled itself from the shadows. Its body was serpentine, longer than the tallest tower in Zuma, its scales shimmering like oil in the dark. Suri inhaled sharply. Sea wraith. Zuba barely had time to react before the monster struck. It moved fast. 1 second it was lurking in the shadows, the next it was lunging straight for them, its jaws wide enough to swallow them whole. Move. Batu roared. They scattered just in time, the beast's gaping maw snapping shut with a thunderous clap. The force sent shockwaves through the water, nearly knocking Zuba off course. He steadied himself, the spear of Nzinga glowing brightly in his hands. We have to fight it off. Or run, Kofi suggested. Running is also good. But the sea wraith wasn't going to let them escape so easily. It coiled, its massive body winding through the darkness like a living current. Then, with terrifying speed, it lashed out again, this time aiming straight from a wheel. No. Zuba shot forward, raising the spear. Just before the creature's fangs could reach her, he swung the weapon in a wide arc. A burst of golden energy erupted from the tip, slicing through the water like a beam of sunlight. The sea wraith recoiled with an ear-splitting shriek. It had been wounded, but not defeated. Its enormous eyes narrowed. And then, to Zuba's horror, it split in two. The wound he had inflicted stretched, tearing the creature's body apart, but instead of dying, it became two separate monsters, each one just as large and deadly as before. Kofi groaned. You made it worse. Suri cursed under her breath. It multiplies when attacked. That's not fair. The two monsters coiled around them, their glowing eyes filled with hunger. Zuba's mind raced. They couldn't just fight their way out, the more they struck, the more enemies they would create. Then how? He turned to Mawil. How do we beat them? She was already thinking. The sea wraiths are ancient. Their bodies are cursed, when harmed, they divide. But they still have a weakness. What is it? Batu demanded. Their hearts, she said quickly. They only have one. Even when they split, they share a single heart. If we strike it directly, they'll die for good, Zuba finished. He took a deep breath. Then, without hesitation, he turned to the monsters. Then let's end this. The battle for the abyss had begun. The water churned in fury. Two monstrous sea wraiths coiled through the abyss, their glowing eyes locked onto their prey. Zuba and his friends hovered in the darkness, their breaths shallow, their hearts pounding. The heart, Zuba repeated, gripping the spear of Nzinga. We have to strike its heart. Mawil nodded, her golden fins trembling. But it won't be easy. The heart is hidden deep within its body. You'll have to strike it from the inside. Bata clenched his fists. You're saying someone has to let themselves get eaten? Kofi's eyes went wide. Oh no. Absolutely not. One of the wraiths lunged. With a burst of speed, Zuba dodged to the side, the spear's glow streaking through the darkness. The beast's jaws snapped shut inches from his leg, the force of it sending powerful ripples through the water. Suri swam beside him, daggers drawn. Any chance we could just... I don't know, not do this. The second wraith struck. Bata slashed with his blade, managing to deflect the attack, but the sheer size of the creature sent him tumbling backward. Zuba steadied himself. There was no time to hesitate. I'll do it, he said. Mawil's eyes widened. What? I'll go inside, Zuba said firmly. I'll strike the heart from within. Kofi nearly choked. You want to get eaten on purpose? I won't let it digest me, Zuba shot back. I'll find the heart and destroy it before that happens. Mawil grabbed his wrist. Zuba, this is insane. I know, he admitted. But it's our only chance. The sea wraith circled, preparing to strike again. Zuba took a deep breath. Then, before anyone could stop him, he swam straight for the nearest monster. Zuba! Mawil screamed. The wraith opened its enormous jaws, revealing a cavernous mouth lined with glistening fangs. Zuba didn't slow down. At the last moment, he twisted his body and dived straight inside. The world went dark. Inside the beast, everything was chaos. The wraith's insides pulsed with a sickly glow, its walls shifting and squeezing like a living prison. Zuba fought against the pull, gripping the spear tightly as he pushed deeper. The heart. It had to be here somewhere. A deep, rhythmic thud-thud-thud echoed through the creature's body. The pulse of its lifeblood. Zuba followed the sound, swimming through the tight, twisting tunnels of muscle and bone. The air was thick, the pressure unbearable. Every instinct in his body screamed for him to turn back. But he didn't. He pressed on. Then, finally, he saw it. A massive, pulsing orb of crimson, beating with slow, thunderous force. The heart of the wraith. Zuba raised the spear of Nzinga. The moment he did, the entire creature shuddered. It knew. The walls around him tightened, desperate to crush him, to force him out. But Zuba gritted his teeth. With all his strength, he thrust the spear forward and drove it straight into the beast's heart. A burst of golden light exploded from the wound, surging through the monster's body like wildfire. The wraith let out an ear-splitting shriek, its entire form convulsing in agony. Outside, Mawil and the others watched in horror as the creature began to thrash violently. Then, it collapsed. The second wraith, still connected to the first, let out a final, echoing cry, before it too crumbled into dust. For a moment, there was silence. Then Batu exhaled. Is he? Before anyone could answer, the remains of the beast burst open, and from the glowing embers of its body, Zuba emerged. Bruised, breathless, but alive. Mawil let out a sob of relief. Suri shook her head. This boy is actually crazy. Kofi grinned. Yeah. But somehow, he always survives. Zuba floated toward them, still gripping the spear. It's over. The sea wraiths were dead. But the journey wasn't. The heart of the tides still waited for them, deeper than anyone had ever dared to go. And they were about to face challenges far greater than any monster. The sea was eerily still. Where the monstrous sea wraiths had once lurked, now only fading embers of golden light remained, dissolving into the darkness. Zuba floated in the silence, his heart pounding, his body aching from the battle. Mawil reached him first. Without a word, she threw her arms around him, her grip tight. "You reckless fool," she whispered, her voice shaking. "You could have died." Zuba allowed himself a brief moment of stillness, resting his forehead against hers. "But I didn't." She pulled back slightly, searching his face. "Next time, you tell me before you throw yourself into the jaws of a monster." He smiled, despite everything. "Deal." Behind them, Kofi exhaled dramatically. "I am way too young for this much stress." Suri smirked, nudging his shoulder. "At least we're still alive." Batu, ever the warrior, glanced into the darkness below. "For now." The words sent a cold shiver through them all. They weren't safe yet. The heart of the tides was still waiting. And the abyss stretched far deeper than they had dared to go. The descent grew more treacherous with each passing moment. The further they swam, the heavier the water became, thick, suffocating, pressing against their bodies like unseen hands. The light from the spear of Nzinga was the only thing keeping the darkness at bay. Without it, they would have been lost in an endless void. Zuba tightened his grip on the weapon. "How much farther?" Mawil glanced around, her golden eyes narrowed in concentration. "We must be close. The legends say the heart of the tides rests at the very bottom of the midnight trench." Kofi groaned. "And how deep is that?" Mawil hesitated. "No one knows." Suri raised an eyebrow. "Great. That's not ominous at all." They continued downward, the silence pressing in. Then, something shifted in the dark. Not a sound. Not a shape. Just a presence. A cold dread crawled up Zuba's spine. "Did you feel that?" The others nodded. Kuthan had warned them, there were creatures in the abyss worse than the sea wraiths. Zuba turned to Mawil. "What else is down here?" She hesitated. "There are whispers of an ancient being. A guardian that protects the heart. But no one knows if it's real." Kofi exhaled. "So let me get this straight. We're swimming straight into a legendary trench, searching for a mythical heart, while possibly waking up an ancient horror that no one has seen and lived to tell the tale." Suri grinned. "Now you're getting it." Batu's grip tightened on his blade. "Then let's be ready." They pressed on. The water grew thicker. The pressure was crushing. And then, a light. Faint, pulsing, deep within the darkness. Zuba's breath caught. The heart. But before they could move, the ocean shook. A deep, rumbling sound echoed from the abyss below, vibrating through their bones. Something was waking up. The guardian of the heart had sensed them. And it was coming. The ocean trembled. A deep, ancient force stirred in the abyss, sending ripples through the water. The faint glow of the heart of the tides pulsed in the distance, like the slow beat of a slumbering giant. Then, boom. A shockwave erupted from below, nearly knocking Zuba and the others backward. The water vibrated with a low, resonant hum, an unnatural, bone-deep sound that seemed to speak without words. Kofi clutched his head. "I don't like this. I don't like this at all." Suri steadied herself, daggers at the ready. "What was that?" Mawil's voice was barely a whisper. "The guardian." Before anyone could respond, the darkness moved. A massive shape uncoiled from the trench's depths. At first, it was nothing but shadows, an overwhelming, shifting presence in the water. But as the glow of the spear of Nzinga flickered against its form, the details became horrifyingly clear. A colossal creature loomed before them, its body stretching endlessly into the abyss. Its head alone was the size of a palace, its ancient scales carved with glowing symbols. A thick, jagged mane of bioluminescent tendrils framed its massive, skeletal face. And then, its eyes opened. Huge, golden orbs, burning like suns in the darkness. Zuba's breath caught in his throat. It was watching them. Then, without warning, the creature spoke. Not in words, but in a voice that thrummed through the water, sinking into their very bones. Who dares disturb the heart? The force of its voice sent a shockwave through the trench. Zuba barely managed to hold onto the spear, the glow of its golden light flickering. Bata gritted his teeth. Well, that's not terrifying at all. Mawil swam forward, her expression calm but tense. We seek the heart of the tides. The creature tilted its massive head. Many have sought the heart. None have returned. Kofi groaned. Of course they haven't. Zuba took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the spear. We don't come to steal it. We come to restore balance, to end the war between land and sea. The Guardian's eyes burned brighter. Balance. The water around them shuddered. The land has always taken. The sea has always suffered. What makes you worthy of the heart? Zuba swallowed hard. I will prove myself. The Guardian stilled. Then, slowly, it leaned forward, its enormous face just inches from Zuba. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, very well. The Guardian's jaws parted, revealing a cavernous maw lined with jagged, ancient fangs. To claim the heart, you must pass the trial of tides. Fail, and the ocean will claim you forever. The darkness of the abyss seemed to grow deeper. Zuba exchanged a glance with Mawil. There was no turning back now. The Guardian's glowing eyes bore into Zuba as the abyss pulsed with an ancient energy. The sea felt heavier, denser, as if the water itself was watching, waiting. The trial of tides begins, the Guardian's voice rumbled, shaking the trench. Without warning, the water around them shifted. The currents twisted, forming a massive whirlpool, its center leading into a dark void below. The glow of the heart of the tides flickered in the distance, but it seemed impossibly far away now. Mawil's hand tightened around Zuba's wrist. Zuba, this trial, it's unlike anything we've faced. He nodded. Then we'll face it together. The Guardian let out a low, guttural sound, almost like a chuckle. No. This trial is yours alone. Before Zuba could react, a surge of current ripped him away from the others. Zuba! Mawil screamed, but the water swallowed her voice as he was dragged into the abyss. Darkness closed in around him. The whirlpool spun faster, pulling him down, deeper and deeper, until even the faint glow of the spear of Nzinga seemed to dim. Then, everything stopped. Zuba found himself floating in an empty void. No sound. No movement. Nothing but the vast, endless blackness stretching in every direction. Then, from the shadows, a voice echoed. Who are you? Zuba turned sharply, searching for the source. The darkness shifted. A figure emerged. Zuba's breath caught. It was himself. An exact reflection, but its eyes were black, void-like, empty of life. Who are you? The shadow repeated, stepping closer. Zuba hesitated. I am Zuba, Prince of Zuma. The shadow tilted its head. Are you? Or are you just a boy chasing a fate too heavy for his shoulders? Zuba's chest tightened. I don't. You abandoned your kingdom, the shadow hissed, circling him. You left them in the hands of war. You fight for a people who are not your own. How do you know you are doing the right thing? Zuba clenched his fists. Because it's the only way to save both our worlds. The shadow stopped. Then it lunged. Zuba barely had time to raise the spear before the dark version of himself crashed into him. A surge of energy shot through him as he was thrown backward. Pain burned through his chest. The shadow stood over him, gripping a weapon that was the exact twin of his own spear. You cannot fight what is already inside you, the shadow whispered. Zuba gasped as the water around them pulsed again. Visions flickered through the void. His father, standing tall on Zuma's throne, his voice cold and disappointed. Mawil, trapped beneath the waves, her face filled with sorrow. The ruined city of Bahara, swallowed by darkness. Zuba shut his eyes. No, he whispered. This isn't real. The shadow's voice twisted. Isn't it? It raised its spear. But this time, Zuba was ready. With a cry, he swung the spear of Nzinga upward, colliding with the shadow's blade. The impact sent a burst of golden energy through the void, shattering the illusions. The darkness cracked like glass. Zuba pressed forward, his voice firm. I know who I am. The shadow recoiled. I am Zuba of Zuma, he declared, his voice steady. And I will not fail. The void shattered. Light flooded the space. The darkness dissolved, along with the shadow. Zuba gasped as he was pulled upward, out of the abyss. The moment he broke through the surface, he saw Mawil and the others waiting, their faces filled with relief. The Guardian loomed above him, watching with its ancient, glowing eyes. You have passed the first trial, it rumbled. Zuba barely had time to breathe before the Guardian continued. But the second trial will test something far greater. Your heart. Zuba gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling as he hovered in the deep sea. The dark abyss below had vanished, leaving only the looming form of the Guardian and the faint glow of the heart of the tides in the distance. Mawil was the first to reach him. She grabbed his shoulders, her golden eyes scanning his face. Are you hurt? Zuba exhaled shakily. No, but that was unlike anything I've ever faced. The Guardian rumbled, its massive form shifting in the water. The vibrations of its voice resonated through their bones. You have conquered doubt. But a warrior is not only measured by his mind, his heart must also be tested. The water stirred once more. For the second trial, you must choose. A deep hum echoed through the ocean, and suddenly, the world around them changed. The darkness of the abyss faded, replaced by a glowing, shifting illusion. Zuba blinked as he suddenly found himself standing, not floating, on a stone floor. The ocean was gone. Instead, he was in a grand hall lined with towering pillars, each carved with symbols of the sea and the sky. He turned sharply. Behind him stood Mawil. But something was wrong. She was frozen in place, her expression blank, her body unmoving. And she was not alone. On the opposite side of the hall, standing just as still, was his father. King Haruba of Zuma. Zuba's heart pounded. What is this? He whispered. The Guardian's voice rumbled all around him. The trial of the heart is simple, Prince of Zuma. You may save only one. Zuba's blood ran cold. What? Choose. Save the girl you love, and your kingdom will fall to war. Save your father, and the merfolk will be doomed. A sharp ringing filled Zuba's ears. He turned to Mawil, then to his father. How could he make this choice? It was impossible. His father was his blood, the ruler of Zuma, the men who had raised him with the expectation that he would one day inherit the throne. Without him, the kingdom would descend into chaos. But Mawil. Zuba's eyes lingered on her still form. She had risked everything to help him. She had shown him a world beyond the one he had always known, opened his eyes to the pain of the merfolk, to the war that had existed between their people for generations. Could he leave her to die? Zuba clenched his fists. This isn't fair. The Guardian's voice remained calm. No choice ever is. Zuba's breathing quickened. He took a step toward his father. Then a step toward Mawil. His hands trembled. He couldn't do this. He wouldn't do this. There had to be another way. There had to be. Zuba's eyes suddenly widened. There was another way. He turned sharply, gripping the spear of Nzinga. I reject this trial. The Guardian's voice rumbled. You cannot refuse destiny. I refuse the rules of destiny, Zuba shot back. His voice was firm, steady. I will not let either of them die. The hall trembled. Mawil and his father remained frozen, the weight of his choice pressing down on him. The Guardian's voice was deeper now, quieter, yet filled with ancient power. And how will you defy the trial? Zuba raised the spear, his grip tightening. I will fight for a different path. Silence. Then, a deep, echoing sound, like distant thunder. The pillars in the grand hall cracked, the illusion flickering. Zuba's heart pounded. He had done something. The Guardian's massive form appeared again, its golden eyes locked onto him. Then, to Zuba's astonishment, it bowed its head. You have chosen the path of the unbreakable heart. A ruler who sacrifices neither his people nor his love is worthy of the heart of the tides. The world shattered. Light exploded around Zuba, and in an instant, he was back in the ocean. The trial had ended. Mawil was no longer frozen. She gasped, her body jerking forward as if she had just awoken from a deep sleep. Zuba. He turned to her, relief flooding his chest. I'm here. Kofi, Batu, and Suri swam closer, their expressions filled with shock and awe. What just happened? Kofi asked. Zuba looked up at the Guardian. I passed. The ancient being gave a slow, approving nod. The final trial remains. And it will be the hardest of all. The ocean was eerily still. The Guardian's massive form hovered before them, its golden eyes burning like twin suns in the deep. The tension in the water was thick, pressing against Zuba's skin like the weight of the entire sea. You have conquered doubt, the Guardian rumbled. You have proven the strength of your heart. Now, you must face the ultimate test. Zuba swallowed hard. What is the final trial? For a moment, the ancient being said nothing. Then, slowly, it lifted its colossal head, staring past them into the abyss. The water around them grew darker, the glow of the heart of the tides flickering like a distant star. The last trial is sacrifice. A ripple passed through the ocean, and suddenly, the world around them shifted. The sea floor cracked. Churning waves surged from the depths, and a powerful current yanked Zuba forward. He barely had time to grab Mawil's hand before they were both pulled into the swirling water. The others shouted in alarm, but their voices were swallowed by the ocean as Zuba and Mawil were swept away. Darkness surrounded them. The currents twisted violently, dragging them deeper and deeper until they stopped. Zuba opened his eyes, gasping as he found himself standing, yes, standing, on what looked like a floating platform of light. The water had vanished, replaced by a vast, endless sky. He turned sharply and found Mawil beside him, her golden eyes wide with confusion. Where are we? She whispered. Before Zuba could answer, the Guardian's voice filled the sky. To restore balance, a sacrifice must be made. Zuba's grip on the spear of Nzinga tightened. What do you mean? A deep hum echoed around them. The spear of Nzinga was never meant to be wielded without cost. It was forged from the soul of the ocean itself, created to unite land and sea. But when it was stolen, the balance was broken. The Leviathans were cursed to rage, and Bahara was doomed to sink into darkness. Now, the spear can return to its rightful place. But to wield it fully, to restore its true power, something must be given in return. Zuba's breath caught. A sacrifice. Mawil looked up at the guardian, her voice steady. What must be sacrificed? There was silence. Then, a life. Zuba felt his blood turn to ice. No, he whispered. One must give their soul to the sea so that the balance may be restored. Zuba shook his head. There has to be another way. The guardian's voice remained calm, but unyielding. There is no balance without loss. No victory without sacrifice. One of you must choose. Mawil inhaled sharply, then turned to Zuba. I'll do it. The words hit Zuba like a crashing wave. He froze, his chest tightening. No, he said firmly. Absolutely not. Mawil's eyes were filled with a quiet resolve. Zuba, this is my home. If giving my life will save Bahara, then... No. His voice cracked, his heart pounding. I won't let you. Tears welled in Mawil's eyes, but she didn't back down. Then what other choice do we have? Zuba looked at the spear, at the faint glow of the heart of the tides in the distance. His mind raced. There had to be another way. The guardian's voice returned, softer this time. A ruler does not fear sacrifice, but he must choose wisely. A kingdom may fall without its king. A people may perish without their protector. But a heart may wither if love is lost. Zuba's entire body trembled. He had faced fear. He had defied fate. But this was something else. Could he give his life for Bahara? Could he let Mawil sacrifice herself? Was there truly no other way? The weight of destiny bore down on him as the final trial reached its peak. And Zuba had to decide. The sky of light flickered around them, a vast emptiness stretching endlessly. The guardian's golden eyes bore into Zuba, its voice like rolling thunder. Choose. Zuba's mind raced, his heart pounding like the war drums of Zuma. How could he choose? How could he let Mawil give her life? But how could he forsake Bahara if his own life could save it? The spear of Nzinga burned in his grip, pulsing like a heartbeat. As if it, too, demanded a decision. Mawil reached for his hand, her touch gentle but firm. Zuba, let me do this. His head snapped toward her. No, his voice was hoarse. I won't lose you. She smiled sadly. If this is the price to save my people. No. Zuba clenched his fists. I refuse to let you go. Mawil hesitated, startled by the fire in his eyes. Zuba turned back to the guardian, his voice fierce. There must be another way. The guardian watched him for a long moment. Then it said, prove it. The sky shuddered. A tidal wave of energy exploded from the heart of the tides, rushing toward them like a storm. Zuba raised the spear, bracing for impact. And suddenly, he understood. The spear did not demand a life. It demanded a bond. A link between land and sea, a bridge reforged where it had once been broken. Zuba grabbed Mawil's hands. The spear is meant to unite us, not take us apart. His voice was steady now, sure. What if the sacrifice isn't death, but devotion? Mawil's eyes widened. The guardian did not speak. Zuba took a deep breath, feeling the truth settle in his bones. I swear my life to Bahara. I swear to fight for both our worlds, for peace between land and sea. His voice grew stronger. Let that be my sacrifice. Mawil's hands trembled in his, her golden eyes filling with tears. Zuba. He turned to her. Will you swear the same? She hesitated, then squeezed his hands. Yes. Her voice was unwavering. I swear to stand by you, to protect both our worlds." The moment the words left her lips, the air cracked like lightning. A burst of golden energy shot from the spear of Nzinga, spiraling around them, weaving their fates together like threads of light. The Guardian roared. The trial was complete. A flood of power rushed through Zuba, through Mawil, through the very ocean itself. The waves calmed. The currents stilled. The world held its breath. And then, the heart of the tides blazed to life. The ocean trembled, as if the sea itself recognized what had been restored. Balance. Zuba gasped as the floating platform vanished, and suddenly, they were back in the deep waters of Bahara. Batu, Kofi, and Suri swam toward them, their faces alight with awe. "It worked," Batu whispered. Zuba turned to the Guardian, his chest heaving. The ancient being inclined its great head. "The balance has been restored." But even as relief washed over him, a shadow loomed in the distance. The Leviathans were coming. And the real battle had only just begun. The ocean trembled. Dark shapes moved in the distance, massive and ancient, their forms twisting like shadows in the deep. The Leviathans were coming. Zuba could feel their rage even before he saw them. It was in the shifting currents, in the eerie silence that swallowed the water around them. The moment of peace after the trial had been brief. Now, the real test began. Mawil clutched his arm, her golden eyes wide. "They know. The balance has been restored," Bata whispered. "But will they accept it?" A deep, guttural sound filled the ocean, a voice not spoken with words, but with raw, seething fury. "Thieves, betrayers." Zuba turned slowly. And there they were. 4 enormous Leviathans emerged from the abyss. Their eyes burned like molten fire. Their massive, scaled bodies stretched for miles, their serpentine tails coiling and uncoiling through the water. Their gaping mouths were lined with jagged teeth, sharp enough to tear through stone. These were not mindless beasts. They were guardians, once protectors of the sea, now twisted by anger and betrayal. And they were here to destroy. Kofi swore under his breath. "We're dead." Suri gritted her teeth. Not yet. The largest of the Leviathans, its body covered in ancient scars, glared at Zuba with eyes full of hatred. "You bear the spear of Nzinga. The weapon stolen from the depths. You dare claim balance?" The water shook with their voices. The sea itself seemed to darken around them. Zuba raised the spear, holding it tight even as his hands trembled. He could feel the weapon's power, humming beneath his grip. It was connected to the ocean, to the history of both their worlds. And in this moment, it felt impossibly heavy. "We don't want to fight you," he said, voice steady. "The balance has been restored. The war can end." The Leviathan's eyes narrowed. "Lies." Without warning, one of the creatures lunged. Zuba barely had time to react before Mawil pulled him back. The Leviathan's massive jaws snapped shut where he had been moments ago, sending a shockwave through the water. "They won't listen," Batu yelled. "They're too far gone." Zuba gritted his teeth. No. He wouldn't believe that. The spear of Nzinga was never meant for destruction. It was meant to unite. If he used it as a weapon now, then everything they had fought for, everything Mawil had sacrificed, would be meaningless. There had to be another way. The Leviathans began to circle, their enormous bodies blocking every possible escape. The water darkened as their shadows loomed. Then, the largest Leviathan spoke again. "You wish to prove balance has returned? Then let the sea decide." Zuba's breath caught. "What do you mean?" The beast's eyes glowed. "A trial." The ocean trembled. "You will face the judgment of the abyss. If you survive, we will accept your claim. If you fail, Bahara will fall." The weight of their words crashed over Zuba like a tidal wave. Another trial. Another test of his strength, of his heart, of his destiny. He looked at Mawil, at Batu, at Kofi, and Suri. His people. His friends. His love. He would not fail them. He would not fail her. Zuba tightened his grip on the spear and took a deep breath. Then let the trial begin. The ocean pulsed with an eerie stillness as the Leviathans circled above, their massive bodies blotting out the faint light that seeped from the surface. Below, an abyss stretched into endless darkness, a chasm so deep that even the glow of bioluminescent creatures vanished within it. Zuba's heart pounded. He had faced the trials of the Guardian, fought against fate itself, and now, he had to face the judgment of the abyss. One of the Leviathans, its scales as dark as midnight, twisted through the water and spoke in its deep, rumbling voice. The trial is simple, land dweller. You must descend into the abyss and retrieve the lost relic, the hearthstone of the deep. Zuba felt a chill run through him. Mawil gasped. The hearthstone. But that was lost ages ago. No one who has entered the abyss has ever returned. Then let the sea decide his fate. The largest Leviathan fixed its molten gaze on Zuba. Prove you are worthy of the spear of Nzinga. Prove you can endure the weight of the ocean's wrath. Batu swam forward, shaking his head. This is madness. Even the strongest warriors of Bahara never returned from the abyss. Suri clenched her fists. The currents alone will tear him apart. Zuba exhaled, steadying himself. He looked at Mawil, her face a mix of fear and sorrow. I have to do this, he said. Mawil's hands trembled. Zuba. If I don't, Bahara is doomed. We've come too far to fail now. She opened her mouth to protest but stopped when she saw the resolve in his eyes. Instead, she reached for his hand, gripping it tightly. Then you won't go alone, she said. The Leviathans let out a low, rumbling sound, almost like laughter. Only he who bears the spear may enter the abyss. Mawil's breath hitched. No, they can't. But Zuba had already made up his mind. He turned to his friends, to Mawil, and smiled softly. I'll come back. I promise. Then, gripping the spear of Nzinga, he turned and swam toward the abyss. The moment Zuba crossed into the abyss, the water changed. It was no longer just dark, it was heavy. The pressure pressed down on him, crushing, suffocating. The deeper he swam, the more his body screamed in protest. His lungs burned, his limbs felt like they were moving through thick mud, and the world around him became an inky black void. There was nothing. No sound. No movement. Only the crushing emptiness of the deep. Keep going. He gritted his teeth and pushed forward. The spear of Nzinga flickered faintly, its light barely piercing the blackness. But then, a shadow moved beneath him. Zuba froze. Something was down here. A deep, guttural sound echoed through the abyss. It was unlike anything he had ever heard, low and ancient, as if the ocean itself was groaning. Then, from the darkness, it appeared. A pair of glowing blue eyes opened, staring straight at him. Zuba's breath caught. This was no ordinary sea creature. No Leviathan. No beast of legend. This was something older. Something that should not exist. And it was waiting for him. The ocean around Zuba was still, but the pressure of unseen eyes bore into him like sharp hooks. The glowing blue eyes in the darkness did not blink. They watched him with a silent intensity, unblinking, ancient, and impossibly vast. Then, a voice rumbled through the abyss. You are not the first to seek the hearthstone. The sound was neither spoken nor heard in the way voices should be. It pressed against Zuba's mind, wrapping around him like the tides. And you will not be the last to be swallowed by the deep. A shape began to form in the shadows. It was larger than anything Zuba had ever seen, stretching beyond the limits of his sight. It was not a Leviathan. This creature was something older, something that had been waiting at the bottom of the ocean since the world was young. Its body was covered in scales blacker than the abyss itself, glistening with an eerie glow. Its mouth, when it opened, was lined with rows upon rows of jagged teeth, and its body coiled through the water like a shifting storm. Zuba clenched the spear of Nzinga tighter. The creature's voice rumbled again. "You seek the hearthstone. But tell me, warrior, do you know the price?" Zuba steadied his breathing. "I know that if I don't retrieve it, Bahara will fall." A low growl echoed through the deep. Bahara, the city of the merfolk. The kingdom that once stole from the sea. The creature's massive form shifted closer, though its body never fully revealed itself. Its blue eyes glowed brighter. "And yet, you are not one of them. You are land-born. Why do you fight for them?" Zuba hesitated. Why did he fight for Bahara? He had come here because he wanted to save Mawil. But it was more than that now. He had seen the suffering of the merfolk, the pain of a broken ocean, the fury of the Leviathans. The battle was no longer just about his heart. It was about balance. "I fight because someone must," Zuba said firmly. "Because land and sea were never meant to be enemies. And if I can bring peace, I will." The silence that followed was deafening. Then, the beast laughed. It was a deep, rolling sound that made the water around Zuba tremble. "Then prove it." Without warning, the abyss came alive. The darkness shifted, and Zuba suddenly found himself surrounded by shadows. They moved unnaturally, flickering like living nightmares. Then, the beast's voice whispered, "Face the ghosts of the deep." Suddenly, the shadows attacked. Zuba barely had time to react before the first one lunged at him. He twisted out of the way, thrusting the spear forward. The shadow screamed and dissolved into water. But more came. Zuba fought fiercely, spinning through the abyss, striking with the spear of Nzinga. But for every shadow he destroyed, another took its place. His arms burned. His lungs ached. And then, he saw them. The faces in the shadows. Men. Women. Warriors. Ghosts of those who had failed the trial before him. Zuba's breath caught. This wasn't just a test of strength. It was a test of will. Could he keep fighting, knowing he could become one of them? Could he withstand the weight of the ocean's past? The shadows closed in. And Zuba made his choice. With a fierce battle cry, he dove deeper into the abyss, spear first, toward the hearthstone of the deep. Zuba's body ached as he plunged deeper into the abyss, his grip tight around the spear of Nzinga. The ghostly shadows still swarmed around him, whispering lost names, reaching out with claw-like hands. But he did not stop. The deeper he went, the heavier the ocean felt, as though the very sea was trying to crush him. The pressure squeezed his chest, his vision blurred, and his limbs grew sluggish. Then, a faint glow appeared in the distance. Zuba's heart leapt. The hearthstone of the deep. It was nestled within the twisted ruins of a forgotten temple, half buried in the seabed. The stone itself was a pulsing orb of deep blue, shimmering like captured moonlight. But something was waiting for him. A towering figure of coral and bone stood in front of the hearthstone. Its body was formed from the ocean floor itself, its eyes glowing with ancient wisdom and sorrow. Seaweed wrapped around its limbs like robes, and in its hands, it held a staff carved from the rib of a sea dragon. Zuba stopped. The keeper of the hearthstone had been awakened. "You come seeking the hearthstone," the being's voice echoed, vibrating through the water. "Many have tried. None have returned." Zuba swallowed hard. "I don't plan on failing." The keeper's glowing eyes narrowed. "To claim the hearthstone is to claim the ocean's burden. It is not a treasure, it is a curse. It is the weight of every lost soul, every storm, every war between land and sea." Zuba's fingers tightened around the spear. "I don't want power. I want balance. The keeper was silent for a moment. Then, it raised its staff. And the ruins came alive. The coral shifted, forming jagged spikes. The bones of forgotten warriors rose, their empty sockets burning with blue flame. The very ocean turned against him. Then prove yourself, warrior. The final trial had begun. The ocean trembled as the keeper of the hearthstone raised its staff. The ruins around Zuba groaned, ancient coral shifting as if the sea itself had woken from a deep slumber. Then, with a wave of its hand, the keeper commanded the abyss. The skeletal warriors lunged. Zuba barely had time to react as the first one struck, its blade of sharpened coral slicing through the water. He twisted, raising the spear of Nzinga, and with a mighty thrust, he shattered the undead warrior into dust. But more came. The seabed cracked open, and from the depths, new horrors emerged. Creatures twisted by the ocean's forgotten wrath, merfolk lost to the abyss, their once beautiful forms now monstrous, their eyes empty and soulless. They surrounded him. Zuba gritted his teeth. He had fought many battles, against the Leviathans, against the raging tides, against fate itself. But this was a battle against the ocean's past. He charged. The spear of Nzinga glowed as he spun through the water, dodging coral blades and striking true. The undead warriors fell, one by one, their cursed forms dissolving into the current. The keeper watched silently, its glowing eyes unblinking. Zuba could feel it. This was not just a fight of strength. It was a test of endurance. A test to see if he could carry the ocean's burden. And he was losing. His muscles screamed. His breath came in short gasps. The weight of the deep was pressing down on him. And still, the enemies did not stop. The abyss whispered, calling him to surrender. To join the lost souls in the dark. Zuba fell to one knee, gripping the spear tightly. Then, he heard her voice. Zuba. Don't give in. Maweel. Even from far above, she was reaching for him. Something in his heart ignited. He would not lose. Not when Maweel still needed him. Not when Bahara was counting on him. Not when he still had a choice. With a roar, he pushed off the ground and drove the spear of Nzinga forward. A blinding shockwave of golden light tore through the abyss. The undead warriors crumbled. The ruins shook. And for the first time, the keeper of the hearthstone took a step back. Zuba raised his spear, breathing hard. The trial was not over. But the tide was turning. The ocean around Zuba trembled as the shockwave of golden light rippled through the abyss. The undead warriors dissolved into dust, their forms vanishing into the currents. The ruins groaned, ancient coral cracking, as if the sea itself had been shaken awake. But the keeper of the hearthstone still stood. It watched Zuba with glowing, unreadable eyes. The staff in its hand pulsed with a deep, ancient power. The force of the abyss still swirled around it, as if it controlled the very ocean itself. Zuba tightened his grip on the spear of Nzinga. His muscles burned, his breath was ragged, but he would not back down. The keeper finally spoke. You fight with great strength, land-born warrior. But strength alone is not enough to claim the hearthstone. Zuba took a deep breath. Then what is? The keeper lifted its staff. The darkness of the abyss swirled, and suddenly, a vision appeared before him. Zuba gasped. He saw his kingdom, Zuma, burning under the fires of war. He saw his father, the great King Badu, wounded on the battlefield. He saw his people, crying out for their prince, for their warrior, for their hope. And then, he saw Maweel. She stood at the edge of Bahara, her face turned toward the sea, her eyes filled with sorrow. She reached out, but a powerful current dragged her back, pulling her deeper into the ocean. She was drowning in the curse that bound her. Zuba's heart pounded. The keeper's voice echoed. The hearthstone will give you the power to restore balance. But power demands a price. If you take the hearthstone and stay in Bahara, your kingdom will fall. If you return to your kingdom, the curse will claim Mawil forever. Zuba felt like the ocean itself was crushing him. How could he choose? If he stayed and saved Bahara, he would betray his people, his father, and everything he had ever known. If he left, Mawil would be lost. His hands shook. The spear of Nzinga glowed faintly in his grip, as if sensing his turmoil. The keeper's blue eyes burned brighter. Now, warrior. What is your choice? The abyss held its breath. The fate of both worlds rested in his hands. The abyss was silent. The hearthstone of the deep pulsed with a steady blue glow, waiting to be claimed. The keeper of the hearthstone stood motionless, its glowing eyes fixed on Zuba, its question lingering in the water like a heavy weight. What is your choice? Zuba's mind raced. His kingdom, Zuma, was on the brink of war. His father, King Badu, needed him. If he did not return, his people would be left to fight alone. The spear of Nzinga was the only weapon powerful enough to turn the tides of battle. But Mawil. She had been cursed since birth, bound to the sea, unable to walk on land, unable to be free. If he left, she would be lost forever, trapped in a life she never chose, slowly consumed by the ocean's fate. Zuba's heart ached. How could he choose between the people who had raised him and the girl who had stolen his heart? Then, Mawil's voice echoed in his mind. No matter what happens, Zuba, I will always believe in you. His fists clenched. No. He would not accept this as an impossible choice. There had to be a way to save both. There had to be a way to break the curse and still return to his people. He turned to the keeper, determination blazing in his eyes. I will not choose between them. The keeper's glowing eyes flickered. You defy fate. I defy a fate that forces me to lose the people I love, Zuba said firmly. There has to be another way. A low rumble echoed through the abyss, a sound like the very ocean thinking. The keeper lifted its staff, and the darkness swirled. The vision of Zuma burning and Mawil drowning faded. For a moment, the abyss was silent. Then, the keeper spoke. There is one way. Zuba's breath caught. Tell me. The curse of the sea is tied to its greatest wound. The spear of Nzinga was stolen from the ocean's heart long ago. If the spear is returned to the depths, the curse will break. But the keeper's eyes darkened. Without the spear, you will have no power to save your kingdom. Zuba's heart pounded. The spear of Nzinga was his people's last hope for survival. If he gave it up, Zuma might fall. But if he kept it, Mawil would be lost to the sea forever. Another choice. Another impossible decision. Zuba exhaled slowly, his mind racing. There had to be a way to turn this curse into something else. To wield the power of the ocean without losing everything. He looked down at the spear of Nzinga, the weapon that had been the source of so much division. Then, an idea struck him. What if, he whispered, the thought forming as he spoke. What if I don't return the spear? The keeper's glowing eyes narrowed. What if I bind the power of the hearthstone into the spear itself? Zuba continued. The ocean and the land were never meant to be enemies. If the spear of Nzinga is the reason they are divided, then I will use it to bring them together. The abyss was silent. Then, the keeper smiled. A deep, ancient smile. You think like a king. The ocean shuddered. The hearthstone of the deep pulsed, its blue glow intensifying. The ruins shifted, as if awakening from a long slumber. Very well, warrior. If you are bold enough to forge a new path, then you must prove it. The final trial awaits. Zuba's pulse quickened. The final trial. The ocean itself would test his resolve. And the fate of both worlds would be decided by his next move. The abyss trembled as the keeper of the hearthstone raised its staff one final time. The ruins groaned, ancient coral shifting, as a deep power surged through the ocean. The very currents twisted, spiraling into a vast whirlpool of glowing blue light. If you wish to bind the power of the hearthstone into the spear of Nzinga, you must withstand the fury of the ocean itself, the keeper declared. Only one who can carry both the strength of the land and the burden of the sea may wield such a force. Zuba gritted his teeth, his grip tightening around the spear. His heart pounded, but his resolve was set. He would not turn back. The keeper struck its staff against the seabed. And the ocean roared to life. A massive wave of pure energy exploded from the hearthstone, racing toward Zuba like a tidal wave. He braced himself, planting his feet in the shifting sand as the force slammed into him. The water around him burned with power. His muscles screamed, his bones ached, but he did not falter. The spear of Nzinga glowed, responding to the energy around him. But the power of the hearthstone was too great, it surged through the spear, threatening to tear it apart. The spear resists, the keeper warned. It was forged for war, not balance. To wield it anew, you must reshape it. Zuba's breath came in short bursts. He could feel the spear straining in his hands, its power clashing with the hearthstone's. The weapon had been created to conquer, to divide land and sea. But now, it had to become something else, a bridge, not a blade. He had to forge it anew. Zuba closed his eyes. He thought of Zuma, of his father, his people, their strength and resilience. He thought of Bahara, of Mawil, her gentle heart, her longing for freedom. He thought of the ocean, not as an enemy, but as a force of life, vast and endless, neither cruel nor kind, but powerful beyond measure. And then, he let go. He released all the anger, all the division, all the war that had been tied to the spear. He willed it to change. The ocean responded. The whirlpool surged, spinning around the spear, wrapping it in glowing blue light. The spear of Nzinga trembled, its sharp, jagged edges smoothing, its dark wood turning silver like the waves, its power no longer one of destruction, but of harmony. The transformation was complete. The whirlpool collapsed into itself, and a deep silence fell over the abyss. Zuba looked down at the spear in his hands. It was no longer just the spear of Nzinga. It was something new. Something that could unite both worlds. The keeper of the hearthstone watched him for a long moment. Then, with a slow nod, it stepped aside. You have passed the final trial. Zuba let out a shaky breath. But his journey was not over. He had won the power he sought. Now, he had to return to the surface, before it was too late. Zuba's heart pounded as the power of the newly forged spear pulsed in his grip. The abyss around him had stilled, as if the ocean itself was watching, holding its breath, waiting to see what he would do next. The keeper of the hearthstone gave a slow nod. You have done what no warrior before you dared. The spear of Nzinga is reborn, no longer a weapon of war, but of balance. Zuba barely had time to let those words sink in. He had no time to waste. He turned, his mind racing. He had to get back to Bahara, back to Mawil. The Leviathans were still attacking, and the merfolk would not hold out forever. But even beyond that, his kingdom. Zuma was on the brink of war. His people needed him. His father needed him. Time was running out. Thank you, Zuba said, nodding at the keeper. Then, without another word, he launched himself upward, his body slicing through the water with the strength of the ocean itself. The moment he did, the abyss shook violently. A deep, thunderous roar echoed through the sea. The very currents around him shifted, twisting into chaos. The Leviathans had felt the shift in power. And they were coming. Zuba looked up, his heart pounding. Through the water, he could see the dark shadows moving above him, massive creatures, their bodies coiling like endless serpents, their eyes burning with ancient fury. They were waiting for him. They would not let him leave. But Zuba had no intention of stopping. With a surge of strength, he gripped the spear of Nzinga and raced toward the surface. The Leviathan struck. One of the massive beasts lashed out, its tail cracking through the water like a whip. Zuba dodged, twisting just in time, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the ocean. Another lunged at him, its enormous jaws opening wide, rows of sharp, jagged teeth waiting to tear him apart. Zuba raised the spear, and for the first time, he felt the ocean move with him. The currents obeyed. He spun the spear, and a pulse of blue energy surged outward. The Leviathan reeled back, momentarily stunned. But they were not done. The others closed in, their bodies twisting like titanic serpents, their roars shaking the water itself. Zuba gritted his teeth. He could not fight them all. But he didn't have to. Because he was not alone. A sudden blast of golden light tore through the ocean. Zuba's eyes widened as Mawil appeared, her form glowing with raw magic, her arms raised as the currents surged around her. She had found him. "Zuba," she called, her voice clear as the tide itself. "Come on." She reached for him, her golden eyes blazing with urgency. Zuba didn't hesitate. With one last push, he broke free from the abyss, racing toward the light, toward Mawil, toward Bahara, toward the battle that still raged above. The Leviathans roared in fury, but it was too late. Zuba and Mawil vanished into the currents, heading toward their final battle. The fate of both worlds would be decided soon. The ocean churned as Zuba and Mawil surged toward Bahara, the hidden mermaid city. The distant glow of its coral towers flickered like dying embers. Dark shadows circled above it, the Leviathans had breached the city's defenses. Zuba's grip on the newly forged spear of Nzinga tightened. He had no time to think, only to act. As they neared the city, a group of merfolk warriors swam frantically through the wreckage. Zuba recognized Gamba, the commander of Bahara's guard. His golden armor was dented, his spear shattered in half, but he still fought, his warriors forming a desperate shield against the monstrous creatures. "Fall back to the temple," Gamba shouted. "Protect the hearthstone." Zuba's eyes widened. The hearthstone of the deep, the source of Bahara's magic, was exposed. If the Leviathans destroyed it, the city would fall. A deafening roar shattered the waters. Zuba turned just in time to see a Leviathan descend upon the merfolk, its coils crushing a spiraling coral tower, sending shards flying in every direction. The merfolk scattered. Zuba moved. He raised the spear, and for the first time, the ocean answered him. A powerful wave of energy surged from the spear's tip, blasting toward the beast. The Leviathan recoiled, its ancient eyes flashing with surprise. But it did not retreat. Instead, it lunged, straight for Mawil. She barely had time to react before the creature's enormous jaws snapped shut. And then stopped. A golden barrier of light shimmered around her, pulsing with ancient energy. Mawil's eyes widened in shock. The hearthstone was protecting her. The Leviathan hesitated for the first time. Zuba didn't. He darted forward, slamming the spear of Nzinga into the beast's side. The Leviathan let out a deafening screech, its body writhing as the power of the spear burned through it like fire. The other Leviathans turned at the sound. Their glowing eyes locked onto Zuba. He could feel it, they knew what he had done. The spear of Nzinga had been their prison once before. And now, it had the power to bind them again. Mawil swam beside him, her golden hair flowing like the tide. "Zuba," she whispered. "I think they're afraid." Zuba's pulse quickened. For the first time, the Leviathans hesitated. They were no longer unstoppable. The tide of battle had begun to turn. But the war was far from over. The ocean trembled as the Leviathans circled, their glowing eyes locked onto Zuba. The spear of Nzinga pulsed in his grip, its renewed power thrumming with an energy that the ancient beasts feared, but fear did not mean they would back down. A deep, thunderous growl rumbled through the sea. From the depths, the largest of the Leviathans, Nzaku, emerged. His colossal form dwarfed the ruins of Bahara, his scaled body the color of midnight, his eyes burning like molten gold. "The spear has returned," Nzaku's voice was like a storm rolling across the waves. "But you are no King Nzinga." The ocean around them darkened as if Nzaku's very presence swallowed the light. The merfolk warriors, still battered from the battle, hesitated. Some clutched their weapons, their expressions filled with both hope and dread. Could Zuba truly stand against a force as old as the ocean itself? Mawil reached for Zuba's arm. "Be careful," she whispered. "Nzaku is different. He was the first of them, the one who led the Leviathans in the ancient war." Zuba took a deep breath. His heart pounded, but he did not falter. He wasn't just fighting for himself. He was fighting for Bahara, for Zuma, for the balance between land and sea. And he wasn't fighting alone. He raised the spear, and the ocean shuddered in response. The merfolk warriors, inspired by his defiance, let out a collective cry of war. The battle was not over yet. Nzaku's massive tail slashed through the water, sending a shockwave that cracked the coral towers and sent merfolk tumbling backward. Zuba dove aside, barely avoiding the force. The Leviathan king lunged, his jaws stretching wide, aiming to swallow Zuba whole. But the prince was faster. With a burst of energy, he twisted midwater, dodging the attack and slashing the spear across Nzaku's side. The moment the tip of the spear made contact, a brilliant blue energy erupted, burning through the beast's ancient scales. Nzaku roared in agony. Zuba felt the power of the spear surge, the ocean was responding to him. A sudden realization struck him. He didn't need to kill Nzaku. He needed to bind him. The spear had once trapped the Leviathans, holding them in slumber. It could do so again, if he wielded it correctly. Mawil seemed to understand. "Zuba, you must call upon the ocean's will, command the tide itself to seal them away." The battle raged around them, merfolk warriors clashing with the smaller Leviathans, currents twisting as magic and steel met in combat. Zuba clenched his jaw. If he failed now, both Bahara and Zuma would fall. Nzaku lunged again. This time, Zuba did not run. He raised the spear high and, with all his strength, drove it into the ocean floor. The sea answered. A blinding wave of blue light exploded outward, racing across the battlefield like a tidal wave. The Leviathans screamed as the magic engulfed them, their monstrous forms twisting, weakening, slowing. Zuba's voice rang out, clear as the tide. "Return to the depths." Nzaku's golden eyes widened in shock as chains of pure water wrapped around his body, dragging him downward. His furious roar shook the sea. And then, he was gone. The ocean stilled. The remaining Leviathans, now without their leader, let out desperate cries as the magic swept over them. One by one, they were pulled into the abyss, their bodies dissolving into the depths from which they came. A deep silence settled over the city. The battle was over. The merfolk warriors, battered but victorious, let out a triumphant cry. Zuba exhaled, his grip on the spear loosening. His entire body ached, but he had done it. He had saved Bahara. Mawil turned to him, her golden eyes filled with something unreadable, something deep and sorrowful. But before Zuba could speak, a distant rumbling filled the water. His heart stopped. He turned toward the surface, his pulse quickening. Zuma. The war on land had begun. And his kingdom was still in danger. Zuba's breath came in ragged gasps as he floated in the now still waters of Bahara. The ocean had returned to its natural rhythm, but he had no time to celebrate. His kingdom, Zuma, was still in peril. He gripped the spear of Nzinga tightly, feeling the lingering energy of the battle thrumming through its core. The power had answered him in the ocean, but would it obey him on land? Zuba, Mawil's voice was soft, but there was urgency in her golden eyes. The battle may be over here, but your people, they need you now. Zuba turned toward her, conflicted. She needed him too. Bahara was safe, but her curse remained. She could never leave the sea, not unless the ancient magic binding her to the ocean was broken. But Zuma. He could see the dark shadows above the waves, the flashes of fire from distant ships. The war had begun. He clenched his jaw. I have to go. Mawil nodded, though something in her gaze was heavy. Then I will take you there. Before he could answer, she raised her arms, and the currents surged. The ocean responded to her magic, carrying Zuba through the water like a shooting star. The coral towers of Bahara blurred beneath them as they sped toward the surface. Zuba stole one last glance at Mawil. He wanted to say something, anything, but before he could, the waters split apart. And he burst through the waves. The sky was thick with smoke. The moment Zuba broke the surface, he saw it, Zuma was burning. Flames danced across the royal docks, smoke curling into the sky as war drums thundered in the distance. His father's warriors clashed with enemy soldiers along the coast. Arrows rained down from the cliffs, warships crowded the shores, and the once proud walls of Zuma's capital stood battered from siege. Zuba gasped for breath, barely catching himself as the tide carried him to the shore. He staggered onto the sand, his lungs burning. The salt water clung to his skin as he took in the battle. His people were fighting desperately, but the enemy was too strong. He had to find his father. Before he could move, a thunderous voice boomed across the battlefield. Prince Zuba returns from the grave. Zuba whirled around, and his blood ran cold. A towering figure stood on the warship's deck, clad in gold-plated armor, his spear glowing with cursed magic. It was General Camo, the warlord who had led the rebellion against Zuma. Zuba's heart pounded. This was the man who had started the war. The man who had tried to kill his father. The man who would stop at nothing to seize the throne. Camo raised his spear, his voice like a storm. You are too late, boy. Zuma falls tonight. Zuba's grip tightened on the spear of Nzinga. The war was not over. The battle raged around Zuba as he stood on the scorched sands of Zuma's shores, his heart pounding like war drums. The spear of Nzinga pulsed in his grip, its energy thrumming with a power that had once united land and sea, but now, it would have to save his kingdom. The warships loomed over the coast, their shadowy banners fluttering in the thick, smoke-filled sky. Zuma's warriors fought fiercely, but the enemy was overwhelming. General Camo's army had breached the city gates. Zuba's breath came in sharp bursts as he turned his gaze to the towering warlord. General Camo stood upon the deck of a massive iron-plated warship, his cursed spear crackling with dark energy. His armor gleamed under the burning sky, his eyes filled with cruel triumph. You should have stayed dead, boy. Camo's voice was like rolling thunder. Your kingdom belongs to me now. Zuba lifted the spear of Nzinga, feeling the ocean's power still coursing through it. Zuma belongs to its people. Not to a traitor. Camo laughed, a deep, menacing sound that sent a chill through the battlefield. Then come and take it, little prince. With a mighty roar, he leapt from the ship, landing on the sand with enough force to crack the earth. Warriors on both sides froze, their battle cries dying on their lips as the two men faced each other. The final battle for Zuma had begun. The clash of spears. Camo struck first. With terrifying speed, he lunged forward, his cursed spear slicing through the air like a serpent's fang. Zuba barely managed to parry, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through his arms. He twisted away, countering with a thrust, but Camo deflected the strike with practiced ease. You fight well, Camo taunted, his voice filled with mockery. But you are no King Nzinga. Zuba ground his teeth. I don't have to be. He sidestepped another strike and drove his spear forward, aiming for Camo's exposed side. But Camo was faster. With a snarl, he slammed the shaft of his spear into Zuba's ribs, sending him sprawling across the sand. Pain exploded in his side. Zuba gasped, struggling to rise. The battlefield blurred, warriors clashing in the background as smoke burned his eyes. Camo advanced, slow and deliberate, the cursed energy around his spear crackling like a storm. "Look around you, Prince," he sneered. "Your kingdom is already lost." Zuba refused to believe it. He forced himself to his feet, gripping the spear of Nzinga with renewed determination. The ocean had answered him before. It had given him power in Bahara. Now, he needed it more than ever. He closed his eyes for half a second and felt the magic stir within him. The tide began to rise. The waves surged onto the shore, responding to his unspoken command. Warriors stumbled as the sea itself joined the battle. Camo's expression flickered with doubt, but only for a moment. With a furious battle cry, he charged. Zuba met him head-on. Their spears clashed, sending sparks of energy through the air. Each strike came faster, more precise, their movements a deadly dance of power and skill. The warriors around them watched in awe, the fate of Zuma resting on the outcome of this battle. And then, Zuba saw his opening. Camo raised his spear for a killing blow. But Zuba was already moving. He ducked low, spun on his heel, and drove the spear of Nzinga straight into Camo's chest. For a heartbeat, time froze. Camo's eyes widened in shock as the ancient magic surged through him. The cursed energy around his weapon shattered, breaking apart like a dying storm. The warlord staggered back, clutching the glowing spear embedded in his armor. Zuba stepped forward, his voice steady. "This is for my father. For Zuma." With one final push, he drove the spear deeper. And the magic consumed Camo whole. A deafening explosion of light and water erupted from the spear, shaking the entire battlefield. Camo let out a final, agonized scream. And then, he was gone. The end of the war. The battlefield fell silent. Zuba stood in the center, the spear of Nzinga glowing in his hands, the waves lapping at his feet. The enemy warriors, seeing their leader defeated, dropped their weapons. Zuma's warriors let out a deafening cheer. The war was over. Zuba, chest rising and falling with exhaustion, turned toward the palace. There was one more thing he had to do. His father was waiting. Zuba stood amidst the smoking battlefield, his heart pounding as the cheers of Zuma's warriors echoed around him. The war was over. The spear of Nzinga pulsed in his grip, its ancient magic slowly fading now that its purpose had been fulfilled. But Zuba's journey was not yet complete. Beyond the ruined gates of Zuma's capital, his father, the great King Belando, awaited. Was he still alive? Was the throne still intact? A sudden wave of exhaustion crashed over Zuba, but he shook it off. He had come too far to stop now. With heavy steps, he made his way toward the city. The warriors of Zuma cleared a path, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Some reached out to touch his shoulder, murmuring prayers of thanks. Others simply bowed their heads as he passed. Zuba barely noticed. His mind was fixed on one thing. The palace. The ruins of a kingdom. The city of Zuma, once a great beacon of power and prosperity, now lay in ruins. Homes were burned, streets were littered with fallen banners and broken weapons, and the once mighty palace stood scarred from battle. Zuba's chest tightened as he took in the sight. He had fought for this city. For his people. But could it ever be the same again? His feet carried him forward, past the charred remains of the market, past the silent faces of survivors emerging from the rubble. The scent of ash and blood filled the air. And then, at last, he reached the palace gates. The great golden doors, once a symbol of strength, now hung partially broken, one side torn from its hinges. Inside, the halls were eerily silent, the torches flickering in the faint evening breeze. Zuba hesitated for the first time. What if he was too late? What if his father was already gone? Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. A king's fate. The throne room was dark, save for the few torches still burning along the walls. The once grand pillars were cracked, and the royal banners hung tattered and stained. And at the far end, on the golden throne, sat King Belando. Zuba's breath caught in his throat. The once mighty king looked weary and broken, his rich robes torn, his dark skin bruised from battle. But his eyes, his sharp, wise eyes, were still full of fire. A flicker of relief rushed through Zuba. His father was alive. "Father," Zuba whispered, stepping forward. King Belando lifted his gaze, his expression unreadable. For a long moment, he simply studied his son. Then, finally, he spoke. "You survived." Zuba swallowed hard. "I did." The king's gaze fell to the spear of Nzinga, still glowing faintly in Zuba's grasp. His eyes darkened. "So," he murmured, "the ocean has claimed you." Zuba stiffened. "No. I fought to save Zuma." Belando's expression was grim. "And yet, you bear the weapon that binds land and sea. You carry the burden of our ancestors." He paused. "You are no longer just my son. You belong to something far greater now." Zuba clenched his fists. "I did what I had to do." Belando let out a slow breath. "Yes," he said quietly. "You did." The king rose from his throne, though it was clear the war had taken its toll on him. He stepped forward, placing a hand on Zuba's shoulder. For the first time, Zuba saw something in his father's eyes that he had longed to see for years. Pride. "You have saved your kingdom, my son," Belando said. "Zuma will endure, because of you." Zuba's throat tightened. He had spent his whole life trying to prove himself to his father. And now, at last, he had a heavy choice. But even as his father's words sank in, Zuba knew his journey was not yet over. The war may have ended, but there was still one battle left to fight. Mawil. Her curse remained. The ocean still held her prisoner, bound by magic as old as time itself. He had promised to return to her. But now, his people needed him too. He had saved Zuma. But could he truly rule it while his heart belonged to the sea? Zuba closed his eyes, feeling the weight of destiny upon him. He had one final choice to make. Would he remain in Zuma and rule as its rightful king? Or would he return to Bahara and break Mawil's curse, even if it meant losing his throne forever? Zuba stood before his father, the golden glow of the spear of Nzinga flickering in his grasp. The war was over, and Zuma had been saved. But instead of relief, he felt a storm raging inside him. His people needed him. His father had finally seen his worth. But his heart belonged to the sea. And to Mawil. The memory of her haunted him, her voice like the whisper of waves, her eyes filled with a love he had never known before. She was still trapped beneath the ocean's curse. How could he abandon her now? King Belando studied him in silence, as if he could already sense the battle within his son. Finally, he spoke. "You are torn," he said. "I can see it." Zuba looked away. He hesitated. How could he explain the pull he felt toward the sea? That Bahara was not just some distant legend, but a living, breathing city, struggling to survive. That deep beneath the waves, the woman he loved was still bound by a cruel fate. His father sighed. "I once stood where you stand now," Belando murmured. "When I was your age, my father, your grandfather, was dying. The kingdom was in turmoil. And I, like you, had a choice." Zuba's gaze snapped back to his father. "What choice?" Belando's face darkened. "I was in love, too." The words hit Zuba like a hammer. He had never heard his father speak of love, not even of his late mother. "I wanted to leave," Belando continued, his voice quieter now. "I wanted to chase a dream that was not meant for a king. But duty called me back. I chose Zuma." "And did you regret it?" Zuba asked, his heart pounding. Belando's expression was unreadable. "Every day," he said simply. The words left a deep silence between them. Then Belando turned, stepping toward the grand window overlooking the city. From here, the flickering torches of Zuma's warriors glowed in the night, their cheers still echoing in the distance. The kingdom was safe, but for how long? "The sea may call to you, my son," Belando said. "But Zuma needs its king." Zuba clenched his fists. Could he really turn his back on his homeland? Or could he really turn his back on Mawil? Either way, he would have to break someone's heart. Even his own. The call of the ocean. That night, Zuba could not sleep. The palace halls were eerily silent, but his mind was anything but. His decision loomed over him like a rising storm. He wandered the palace, his footsteps echoing against the marble floors. Everywhere he looked, he saw reminders of what he was meant to be. The towering statues of warrior kings. The golden tapestries telling stories of Zuma's greatest victories. And then, as if the gods themselves had sent him a sign, he heard it. The sea. A distant, rhythmic whisper, calling to him like a forgotten melody. His heart leapt. Without thinking, his feet carried him through the halls, past the grand entrance, through the city's ruined streets, until at last he stood before the shoreline. The ocean stretched before him, dark and endless. And in the distance, beneath the shimmering surface, he could almost feel her presence. Mawil. He took a step forward, the cold waves licking at his ankles. His grip tightened around the spear of Nzinga. He could still turn back. He could still be Zuma's king. But if he left Mawil now, she would be lost forever. The ocean surged around him, as if waiting for his choice. And in that moment, Zuba knew. He had made his decision. Zuba stood at the edge of the ocean, the spear of Nzinga pulsing in his grasp. The moonlight reflected off the water, casting an eerie silver glow across the restless waves. The sea called to him, just as it had the night he was shipwrecked. But this time, he was not lost. This time, he was choosing. Behind him, the city of Zuma lay in ruins, its people still recovering from war. His father expected him to stay. To rule. But beneath the waves, Mawil was still bound by the ocean's curse. And the Leviathans still hungered for vengeance. He turned, one last time, to look at the kingdom that had shaped him. His home. And then he plunged into the sea. The cold rushed over him, but the magic of the spear shielded him, allowing him to breathe. As he swam deeper, the water glowed with an otherworldly light, guiding him back toward the hidden mermaid city, Bahara. He had no idea what awaited him there. But he would not turn back. Not now. The gathering storm. Far above, in the palace of Zuma, King Belando stood at the window, watching the ocean with unreadable eyes. A warrior approached, his armor still marked with the dust of battle. "Your Majesty," the men said, bowing. Belando did not turn. "He has left." The warrior hesitated. "Should we send riders to stop him?" The king was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he shook his head. "No." The warrior frowned. "But your Majesty, without a king, Zuma will." Belando finally turned, his eyes dark and unreadable. "Zuba has made his choice. Now, we must make ours." The warrior bowed. "What are your orders?" Belando's voice was like a distant storm. "Prepare the fleet." The warrior stiffened. "We are going to war." The king's gaze returned to the ocean, his expression grim. "If my son wishes to belong to the sea," Belando murmured, "then let the sea know the wrath of Zuma." Back to Bahara. Zuba's body cut through the water as he swam deeper, the glowing symbols of Bahara appearing in the distance. The city shimmered beneath the waves, its towers and coral-carved palaces as breathtaking as ever. But something was wrong. As he neared the entrance, he saw no merfolk swimming about. The once bustling streets were eerily empty, and a strange darkness hovered over the city. A chill ran down his spine. Where was everyone? He gripped the spear and moved forward, heart pounding. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows. Mawil. Her hair floated around her like a dark halo, her golden tail shimmering weakly in the dim light. But there was something different about her. Her eyes, once full of warmth, were now haunted. Zuba, she whispered, swimming toward him. He reached for her, but she stopped short, shaking her head. You shouldn't have come back, she murmured. Zuba's chest tightened. I told you I would. Her expression was pained. It's too late. Bahara is falling. A cold dread settled over him. What do you mean? Mawil swallowed hard, her hands trembling. The Leviathans, she hesitated, then whispered, they have returned. Zuba felt the blood drain from his face. The ancient sea guardians, the very creatures who had nearly destroyed Bahara once before, they were back. And this time, they would not stop until everything was gone. The rise of the Leviathans. A deep, rumbling sound echoed through the water, shaking the city's foundation. Zuba turned sharply, his grip on the spear tightening. The water around them darkened, a massive shadow looming in the distance. Then, from the abyss, they came. The Leviathans. Their massive, serpent-like bodies slithered through the ocean, their glowing red eyes fixed on the city. Their jagged fins cut through the water, and their powerful tails sent shockwaves through the sea. And at the center of them all, the largest of them, its ancient form covered in scars, its eyes burning with vengeance. The Leviathan King. Zuba's breath caught in his throat. The war was not over. It was only beginning. The ocean trembled. Zuba gripped the spear of Nzinga, its golden light shimmering like a burning star in the vast darkness of the sea. Mawil hovered beside him, her face pale with fear as the Leviathan King slithered forward, its monstrous form cutting through the water like a living nightmare. Its red eyes burned with ancient fury, locking onto Zuba. You, the beast growled, its voice a deep rumble that echoed through the ocean. You dare return. The other Leviathans hissed and circled the ruins of Bahara, their massive bodies stirring the water into violent currents. The city was on the brink of collapse, and its people were nowhere in sight. Zuba's heart pounded. I'm here to set things right. The Leviathan King let out a terrible, thunderous laugh. Set things right. Its enormous body coiled around a broken coral tower, squeezing until the stone crumbled to dust. Foolish prince. It was your kind that stole the spear of Nzinga. Your ancestors who shattered the bond between land and sea. Zuba lifted the spear, its golden tip glowing brighter. Then let me fix it. The Leviathan King's eyes narrowed. The only way to fix what was broken is through destruction. And then it attacked. Battle beneath the waves. A whirlpool exploded around them as the Leviathan King lunged, its jaws wide enough to swallow Zuba whole. He dove to the side, the spear spinning in his hands as he barely avoided the monstrous teeth. Mawil let out a cry, sending a blast of ocean magic toward the beast, but the Leviathan King swatted it away with its massive tail, the force sending her tumbling through the water. Mawil. Zuba shouted. She was struggling to regain control, but before she could recover, another Leviathan streaked toward her, its teeth gleaming. Zuba moved without thinking. He thrust the spear forward, its golden energy exploding in a brilliant arc. The water rippled and cracked as the blast struck the attacking Leviathan, sending it reeling back with a monstrous screech. The Leviathan King roared, its eyes blazing with fury. You fight well, little prince. It swam closer, its voice a deep, bone-shaking growl. but you are outnumbered. Zuba's chest heaved as he looked around. The Leviathans were everywhere. More of them emerged from the depths, their massive bodies blocking the city's escape routes. Bahara was surrounded. And then Zuba felt it. A tremor. A warning. Something was coming. Something far worse. The black tide rises. The water around them began to shift, growing darker, heavier. The ocean itself seemed to shudder, as if something ancient and terrible was awakening from its slumber. Zuba looked at Mawil, his pulse racing. What's happening? She shook her head, her golden eyes wide with terror. The black tide. She whispered. Zuba had heard of the black tide only in whispers, a force older than the Leviathans, older than even Bahara itself. A swirling abyss of dark magic that could consume entire kingdoms. And now, it was rising. The Leviathan king turned toward the growing darkness, its expression shifting from rage to shock. No, it murmured. This cannot be. The water twisted and churned, and from the abyss, something began to emerge. A shadowy form, massive and endless, its shape impossible to fully see. It was not a beast, not a creature of flesh and bone, but something far worse. Zuba felt the weight of its presence press against his soul, and for the first time since he had set foot in the ocean, he felt something close to fear. A deep, ancient voice echoed through the sea. The time of the merfolk has ended. Zuba's grip tightened around the spear of Nzinga. The real battle had only just begun. The ocean groaned, the very water trembling as the black tide rose from the abyss. Zuba's breath caught in his throat as he watched the shifting darkness, a mass of swirling shadows that stretched far beyond his sight. It was as if the ocean itself had been poisoned, a sickness spreading through the deep. Beside him, Mawil clutched her chest, her golden eyes wide with terror. No, this cannot be. The black tide should have remained sealed. The Leviathan king, who only moments ago had been the greatest threat, now reeled back in shock, his massive body curling away from the encroaching darkness. We did not call it, he growled, his deep voice laced with unease. But it has awoken. And now, all shall suffer. Zuba gripped the spear of Nzinga tighter, the golden light pulsing like a heartbeat in his hand. Then we stop it, he said, his voice firm despite the fear in his chest. The Leviathan king turned his burning red eyes on him, amusement flashing across them for a moment. You think you can fight this? He let out a slow, rumbling laugh. Foolish prince. The black tide is not a creature. It is not a being that can be slain. It is the end of all things. Zuba's jaw clenched. Then what do we do? The Leviathan king was silent for a moment, as if debating whether to answer. Then, in a low voice, he said, "Run." But Mawil shook her head. "No," she whispered. "We can't leave. If the black tide consumes Bahara, it will spread. First the ocean, then the land, it will swallow everything." Zuba looked between them, his mind racing. There has to be a way to stop it. The merfolk of old locked it away once, didn't they? The Leviathan king let out a slow hiss. "The spear of Nzinga," he murmured. "It was used to seal the black tide long ago. But the spear alone is not enough. You will need the power of the ocean heart to command it fully." Mawil gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. The ocean heart. But it was lost centuries ago. Zuba felt his pulse quicken. Where was it last seen? Mawil hesitated. The last records say it was taken to the Temple of the Drowned, far beyond the rift currents. The Leviathan king let out a deep sigh, his massive form shifting uneasily. "Then your path is clear, little prince. Go to the temple. Find the ocean heart. And pray you are not too late." Zuba nodded, determination flaring in his chest. "I will go." But then Mawil grabbed his wrist, her grip firm. "Not alone," she said. her golden eyes locking onto his. "I'm coming with you." Zuba opened his mouth to protest, but then he saw the fire in her gaze, the same fire that had drawn him to her from the start. He nodded. "Then let's go." The ocean around them shuddered, the black tide creeping closer, its dark tendrils reaching toward Bahara. Time was running out. The ocean trembled as the black tide spread, its swirling darkness creeping through the ruins of Bahara. Zuba and Mawil had no time to waste. If they didn't reach the Temple of the Drowned in time, the black tide would consume the entire ocean, and eventually, the land itself. The Leviathan king watched them with his piercing red eyes, his massive body coiling through the darkened waters. "You are chasing a ghost, little prince," he rumbled. "The ocean heart has been lost for generations. Many have sought it, none have returned." Zuba tightened his grip on the spear of Nzinga. "Then we will be the first." The Leviathan king's deep, rumbling laughter vibrated through the sea. "Brave words. Foolish ones, perhaps. But go, then. Face the rift currents. And if you survive, perhaps we will meet again." With that, he vanished into the shadows, his massive form disappearing into the depths. Mawil exhaled, her golden eyes still full of unease. "The rift currents are deadly, Zuba. The strongest tides in the ocean. No ship, no swimmer, not even merfolk have crossed them and lived." Zuba looked at her, determination shining in his gaze. "Then it's a good thing we're not ordinary merfolk." Mawil studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Follow me." She led him away from the ruined city, the dark water shifting around them. They swam past glowing coral forests, through deep trenches where ancient shipwrecks lay forgotten. Strange creatures darted through the water, some watching them with curious eyes, others slinking away into the shadows. But the farther they traveled, the more Zuba could feel it. A pressure. A pull in the water, dragging them forward. And then the rift currents came into view. Zuba's breath caught in his throat. A massive, swirling wall of churning water, stretching from the ocean floor to the surface. The currents moved with incredible force, twisting and crashing against each other like a storm trapped beneath the waves. No wonder no one had survived. "We have to go through that?" Zuba asked, eyes wide. Mawil nodded, her expression grim. "There's no other way." Zuba tightened his grip on the spear of Nzinga. "Then let's do it." Without another word, they plunged into the raging currents. The ocean roared around them, and the darkness swallowed them whole. The moment Zuba and Mawil plunged into the rift currents, the ocean came alive with chaos. The water twisted and screamed, spinning them in every direction. Zuba felt himself being yanked downward, then hurled sideways, his body tumbling like a leaf caught in a storm. The force of the currents was unlike anything he had ever felt. It wasn't just strong, it was alive. He reached for Mawil, but she was already gone. "Mawil!" Zuba shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the raging waters. Something massive loomed in the darkness ahead. A ship. No, a graveyard of ships. The rift currents had claimed many travelers before them, and now Zuba was caught in the resting place of the lost. The ghost fleet. Zuba crashed against the deck of an ancient, half-buried ship, gripping onto the rotten wood to stop himself from being dragged away again. He coughed, bubbles escaping his lips, and forced himself to focus. The water here was strangely still, though he could see the raging currents swirling just beyond the wreckage. He looked around. Dozens, no, hundreds, of ships lay in ruins, stacked on top of one another like bones in a forgotten tomb. Their sails were torn, their masts broken, and eerie shadows moved among them. Zuba's skin prickled. He was not alone. A whisper drifted through the water. Then another. And another. Shapes emerged from the darkness, figures wrapped in tattered cloaks, their faces hidden in shadow. Their empty eyes glowed with an unnatural light as they drifted closer. The spirits of the drowned. One of them raised a skeletal hand and pointed at Zuba. "Turn back." Zuba's heart pounded. "I can't," he said, gripping the spear of Nzinga. "I have to find Maweel. I have to stop the black tide." The spirits hissed, the water around them growing even colder. "All who enter are claimed by the rift." Zuba shook his head. "I will not die here." He turned, ready to swim. Then he heard it. Maweel's voice. Faint. Distant. Calling his name. Zuba's eyes widened. She was still alive. Without another thought, he pushed off the wreckage and plunged deeper into the ghost fleet, leaving the whispering spirits behind. The ocean shuddered as something ancient stirred in the darkness below. The deeper Zuba swam into the ghost fleet, the heavier the ocean felt. It was as if something unseen pressed against his chest, a force that whispered of forgotten souls and doomed fates. But he could still hear Maweel's voice, faint but clear, calling his name. He pushed forward, weaving through the twisted wreckage, ignoring the eerie whispers that clung to the water like a curse. Then, a massive shadow shifted ahead. Zuba's breath caught. At first, it looked like just another wreck, a ship larger than any he had seen before, half buried in the ocean floor. But then its hull moved. No. Not a ship. A creature. The darkness peeled away, revealing a colossal serpent, its body wrapped in the shattered remains of countless vessels. Its scales shimmered like obsidian, and its golden eyes glowed like burning suns. Zuba's heart pounded. This was no ordinary sea monster. It was the guardian of the lost. The serpent's head slowly turned toward him, and a voice like 1,000 waves crashing at once filled the water. "You do not belong here." Zuba raised the spear of Nzinga, but the serpent only laughed, its enormous body coiling through the wreckage. Another warrior seeking the ocean heart. It rumbled. "They all come. And they all stay." Zuba swallowed hard. "I don't plan on staying." The serpent's golden eyes narrowed. "Then prove it." The water shook. The wreckage around them shifted, as if the very ocean was obeying the guardian's command. The serpent opened its massive jaws, revealing a swirling vortex of currents. And from the darkness, a tidal wave of lost souls came rushing toward Zuba. The trial of the forgotten. Zuba had no time to think. The ghostly figures surged toward him, their hollow eyes glowing, their voices a chorus of sorrow. He twisted away, dodging the first attack as the spirits clawed at him, their touch sending a chill through his bones. He spun the spear of Nzinga, striking at the spirits, but they only reformed, their forms swirling like mist. This wasn't a battle of strength. It was a test. Zuba's mind raced. The Guardian had called this place the graveyard of the lost, a place where the souls of those who had failed were trapped. That meant there had to be a way to set them free. He tightened his grip on the spear and closed his eyes. Then, he spoke. "I am Zuba, Prince of Zuma. And I will not let your souls remain in chains." The spirits hesitated. Zuba took a deep breath. "You are not forgotten." His voice rose, cutting through the water. "Your names still echo in the tides. Your stories are not over." The spirits froze. For a moment, the ocean was silent. Then, the first spirit vanished, dissolving into light. Then another. And another. The glowing figures faded, their whispers turning into something new. Something grateful. And then, the sea was still. Zuba opened his eyes. The guardian of the lost was watching him, its golden eyes filled with something that almost looked like respect. "You are not like the others." Zuba exhaled. "Then let me pass." The serpent was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, it moved aside, revealing an ancient doorway hidden beneath the wreckage. Beyond it, a faint golden glow pulsed in the darkness. Zuba's chest tightened. The ocean heart was near. But so was Mawil. And he had to find her before it was too late. Zuba's fingers trembled as he swam toward the ancient doorway hidden beneath the wreckage. The faint golden glow pulsing from within sent a shiver down his spine. It was unlike anything he had seen before. Behind him, the Guardian of the Lost watched in silence, its massive coils shifting through the ruins. Beyond this doorway lies the path to the ocean heart, the serpent rumbled. But beware, Prince of Zuma. The closer you come to the heart, the greater the shadows that guard it. Zuba nodded, his grip tightening around the spear of Nzinga. He had come too far to turn back now. But Mawil was still missing. He turned to the Guardian, desperation flickering in his eyes. Have you seen the mermaid who came through here before me? The serpent's golden gaze dimmed slightly. The daughter of the sea. It hummed, considering. Yes. She passed through the rift currents, but she was not alone. Zuba's breath caught in his throat. Not alone. The serpent uncoiled, revealing deep scratches along the ruins, as if something massive had dragged itself through. She was taken. Zuba's heart pounded. Taken. By who? Or what? The serpent did not answer his unspoken question. Instead, it lowered its head, its golden eyes locking onto Zuba. Go, warrior. If you wish to save her, you must face what lies ahead. But remember, ***, the ocean heart does not belong to men or merfolk alone. It is bound to the tides, to the balance of all things. To claim it is to change the fate of the sea forever. Zuba swallowed hard. Mawil was in danger. The black tide was growing. The Leviathans would soon crush what remained of Bahara. And the only thing that could stop it all lay beyond this door. Taking a deep breath, Zuba swam forward. And the door opened on its own. The moment Zuba crossed the threshold, the water around him shifted. The eerie glow from the ocean heart pulsed ahead, but now the path was twisting, changing, as if the very ocean were alive. He was in a labyrinth. The walls were made of ancient coral and stone, covered in glowing runes that pulsed faintly. The water here was thick, almost like mist, making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. But worst of all, the moment he tried to turn back, the door had vanished. He was trapped. Zuba exhaled slowly, forcing himself to stay calm. He had been through worse. He just needed to keep moving. As he swam forward, the glow of the ocean heart flickered in the distance, always just out of reach. But something else was watching him. He could feel it. The water shivered, and suddenly, a shape darted past him. Zuba spun around, spear raised, his heart hammering. Nothing. Silence. Then, a voice. Faint. Echoing. Zuba. His blood turned cold. It was Mawil's voice. She was close. Or was it a trick? Zuba didn't know. But he had no choice. He swam toward the sound, deeper into the shifting maze. The water grew darker. The glow of the runes dimmed. And the shadows around him began to move. Something ancient was waiting ahead. And it would not let him pass without a price. Zuba moved cautiously through the sunken labyrinth, his heart pounding. The water around him was unnervingly silent, save for the occasional flicker of shadows in the corners of his vision. Zuba. The whisper came again, soft as the ocean's breath. It was Mawil's voice. But something about it felt wrong. Zuba gripped the spear of Nzinga tightly and pressed forward, weaving through the twisting coral passageways. The runes on the walls flickered, as if trying to warn him. Then, a figure emerged from the darkness ahead. Zuba's breath caught. It was Mawil. Or at least, it looked like her. Her long braids drifted like seaweed, her blue-green eyes shimmering in the dim light. She floated there, unmoving, her gaze locked onto him. But her face was too pale. And her shadow. Her shadow moved on its own. Zuba's grip on the spear tightened. Mawil. She tilted her head, smiling eerily. You found me, my prince. Zuba hesitated. Every instinct screamed that something was wrong. He took a slow step forward. What happened? The guardian said you were taken. Mawil suddenly darted toward him, moving too fast for a mermaid. Zuba barely raised the spear in time. She stopped inches from his face. And then, her eyes turned black as the abyss. Zuba's stomach twisted. This was not Mawil. The creature laughed, a sound that rippled through the water like a dying echo. Foolish prince, it hissed, its voice twisting, becoming layered with many tones at once. You seek the ocean heart, yet you do not understand its curse. Zuba lunged backward, bracing himself. Where is she? The creature grinned, revealing shark-like teeth. She is here. But you will never reach her. Suddenly, the walls of the labyrinth shuddered. The runes dimmed. And from the shadows, more figures began to emerge. Not just one. Not just two. Dozens. They all looked like Mawil. And every single one of them was smiling with sharp teeth. Zuba's mind raced. These were not Mawil. They were sirens, ancient spirits that fed on lost souls. They had taken Mawil's form to lure him deeper, to trap him in the sunken labyrinth forever. The sirens circled him, their black eyes glinting. Stay with us, Prince of Zuma, their voices chimed together, weaving a deadly melody through the water. Give in to the tide. Zuba gritted his teeth. Not a chance. The sirens lunged. Zuba spun the spear of Nzinga, its golden tip cutting through the water. The moment it struck the nearest siren, she screamed. The shadows around her rippled, her form flickering like a dying flame. The other sirens hesitated. Zuba's eyes narrowed. The spear, it was repelling them. He turned, gripping the weapon with both hands. Where is Mawil? He demanded. One of the sirens laughed, her head tilting at an unnatural angle. She is already lost. Zuba's rage ignited. Then I'll find her myself. With a mighty kick, he surged forward, plunging deeper into the labyrinth. The sirens screeched, giving chase, their voices weaving a deadly song of hunger. But Zuba didn't stop. The golden light of the ocean heart flickered ahead, stronger now. He could feel it. And he could feel Mawil's presence beyond it. She was still alive. But he was running out of time. And the sirens were not done with him yet. Zuba's heart pounded as he sped through the twisting labyrinth, the sirens' voices curling around him like creeping vines. Their eerie, lilting songs slithered through the water, wrapping around his mind, whispering of sleep, surrender, and silence. Come to us, warrior, rest in the abyss. Zuba gritted his teeth, shaking off the chilling pull of their melody. He knew their trick. Once he stopped moving, even for a moment, they would devour him. But they were fast. For every turn he took, the sirens matched his speed, their long clawed fingers reaching for him. He needed to break their song. The spear of Nzinga. Zuba spun mid-swim, thrusting the spear into the water. A golden shockwave rippled outward, tearing through the sirens' song. Their voices cracked as the light hit them, their forms flickering like shadows under sunlight. The path ahead shifted, the labyrinth walls trembling as if something had been disturbed. Zuba took the chance, surging forward, ignoring the wails behind him. Then, the golden glow grew brighter. The ocean heart was near. But something else waited just beyond the light. A figure stood in the distance, floating in the water. Zuba's breath caught. Mawil. Her body was still, her braids floating around her like strands of seaweed. The glow of the ocean heart reflected in her unmoving silver eyes. And behind her, A dark chasm yawned open like the mouth of a great beast. The moment Zuba saw it, a chill ran down his spine. Something was watching him. Something ancient. Zuba didn't waste a second. He raced toward Maweel, closing the distance between them. "Maweel," he called, his voice muffled by the dense water. "Wake up." She didn't move. Her eyes were open, but empty, as if she were lost in a trance. The golden glow of the ocean heart pulsed around her, wrapping her in a soft shimmer. Zuba reached out, his hand brushing against hers. A shadow moved beneath her. The moment Zuba touched Maweel, a deep, thunderous growl rumbled through the water. The chasm behind her shifted. Not a chasm. A creature. A Leviathan. Zuba's stomach twisted as the darkness coiled, revealing massive, curling tendrils that stretched into the abyss. One of them moved. Faster than lightning, it lashed toward Zuba. He barely had time to react. Wham! The impact sent him spiraling backward, his body crashing into the labyrinth's stone wall. His vision blurred, the force knocking the air from his lungs. The ocean heart's glow flickered. And Maweel. She turned. But when she faced him, her eyes were no longer silver. They were black. "Zuba," she whispered, her voice layered with something ancient. "You should not have come." Zuba's chest heaved. Something had taken her. Something older than the sea itself. And now, it had set its sights on him. Zuba's breath came in ragged gasps as he steadied himself against the shifting currents. His eyes locked onto Maweel, his Maweel, but she was not the same. Her once silver eyes were now deep, endless pools of black, reflecting nothing but the abyss behind her. And the voice that left her lips was not her own. "You do not belong here, Prince of the Surface." The darkness behind her coiled. The Leviathan's massive form lurked just beyond the light of the ocean heart, its ancient tendrils curling like storm-racked waves. Zuba's grip tightened on the spear of Nzinga. "I came to save you, Maweel." She tilted her head, her expression unreadable. "Save me." The abyss rumbled. A powerful current swept through the labyrinth, swirling around Zuba. It wasn't just water, it was something alive, something ancient, pulling at his very soul. A whisper coiled around him, brushing against his mind. "The sea does not give back what it takes." Zuba's chest tightened. He refused to believe that. "You're wrong." He lifted the spear, its golden tip glowing fiercely against the darkness of the abyss. "The sea does not decide my fate. And it won't take her." For a moment, silence. Then, Maweel moved. Faster than the current itself, she lunged, her clawed fingers swiping at him. Zuba barely dodged in time. The water burned where she struck, as if the abyss itself was trying to consume him. His heart pounded. She was no longer in control. The Leviathan had her. And if he didn't break its hold soon, he might lose her forever. Zuba swung the spear, forcing Maweel back, but she didn't flinch. She hovered in place, the water swirling around her like a living thing. Her voice came again, layered with the abyss. "You cannot fight the ocean, warrior." The Leviathan behind her shifted, its presence pressing against him like the weight of 1,000 storms. Then, it spoke. A voice like the deepest trenches, like the roar of waves crashing against forgotten shores. "I have waited for one like you, son of Nzinga." Zuba's body stiffened. It knew him. The voice rumbled through the water. "You seek the ocean heart. But do you know what it truly is?" Zuba hesitated. The ocean heart, it was the key to restoring balance between the land and sea. The only thing that could stop the war, that could end the Leviathan's wrath. Wasn't it? The Leviathan laughed, a deep, terrible sound that echoed through the ruins. "Foolish prince. The ocean heart is not a treasure. It is a price. A bargain made long ago." The currents around Zuba tightened, pulling him closer to the abyss. One must be given, for the other to be saved. Zuba's mind reeled. What do you mean? The Leviathan's many golden eyes burned through the darkness. To save her, you must take her place. Zuba's breath caught. Take her place. Maweel floated motionless, her black eyes locked onto him. The ocean heart glowed softly between them, pulsing like a heartbeat. It was offering him a choice. Save Maweel. Or save himself. The weight of the decision pressed into his chest like an anchor. The fate of Bahara, the fate of his kingdom, the fate of the sea itself, it all hinged on what he did next. Zuba's hands trembled. What would he choose? Zuba's heart pounded as he stared into Maweel's abyss-black eyes. The Leviathan's words echoed in his mind. To save her, you must take her place. His fingers clenched around the spear of Nzinga, its golden light flickering under the oppressive weight of the abyss. Could he do it? Could he surrender himself to the depths, knowing he would never see the skies of Zuma again? Never set foot on his homeland. He had fought so hard to make it this far. Yet, Maweel. She had already lost so much. Her soul was bound to the ocean, her freedom stolen by a curse she never asked for. And now, this ancient creature, this Leviathan, demanded even more. His life for hers. The ocean heart pulsed between them, its glow rhythmic, steady, waiting for his answer. Then, Maweel's lips parted. Her voice, soft yet layered with the abyss, whispered. No. Zuba's breath hitched. Her hand, trembling, reached toward his. Her blackened eyes flickered for a moment, a spark of silver beneath the abyss's hold. She was still in there. Fighting. The Leviathan rumbled, displeased. You defy fate, child of the sea. Maweel's fingers clasped Zuba's wrist, weak but determined. He will not take my place. Zuba's eyes widened. The darkness around them shuddered. The ocean heart's glow flared. And then, everything erupted. A great wave of force slammed into Zuba and Maweel, sending them spiraling through the water. Zuba barely had time to react before a massive tendril lashed out from the abyss, striking the ocean heart with a deafening boom. The light fractured. The ruins of the sunken labyrinth quaked as the Leviathan roared, the ocean trembling under its fury. Maweel cried out, clutching her head as the darkness around her twisted and tightened. Zuba kicked forward, grabbing her shoulders. Maweel. Stay with me. She winced, her body convulsing. It's too strong. No. Zuba refused to lose her. He whirled around, lifting the spear of Nzinga high. If the Leviathan wanted a fight, it would get one. The ancient beast let out a thunderous screech, its enormous body rising from the abyss. Its true form came into view at last. A monstrous mass of churning shadows, its golden eyes blazing like suns in the deep. Its mouth, wide as a canyon, opened, revealing a swirling vortex of nothingness. A Leviathan of endless hunger. Zuba's pulse roared in his ears. There was no running now. No escaping. This was the battle he was born for. He tightened his grip on the spear and faced the darkness head-on. Zuba's grip on the spear of Nzinga tightened as the Leviathan's massive form loomed over him. The ocean trembled under its rage, and the abyss itself seemed to pulse, a living, hungry thing. Maweel's breathing was ragged, her body trembling as the darkness still clung to her. She was fighting it, but the abyss's hold was strong. Zuba's mind raced. The Leviathan was beyond powerful, an ancient force of the sea itself. No warrior had ever slain such a creature, only his ancestor, the great King Nzinga, had faced them and lived. And the key to his victory. Zuba's eyes flickered to the ocean heart, its golden glow flickering weakly. That was it. The ocean heart wasn't just a treasure, it was a weapon. If he could channel its power through the spear of Nzinga, he might stand a chance. But he had to act fast. The Leviathan let out a deafening roar, and in the blink of an eye, its enormous tendrils lashed forward. Zuba dodged, twisting through the water just as one slammed into the ruins behind him, shattering stone into a cloud of debris. He had to get to the ocean heart. With a powerful kick, Zuba surged forward, slicing through the water. The Leviathan's glowing golden eyes followed his every move, its massive body shifting, coiling. It knew what he was after. A second tendril shot toward him, but Zuba was ready. He spun mid-swim, swinging the spear in a wide arc. A burst of golden energy exploded from the weapon's tip, striking the tendril mid-attack. The Leviathan reeled back, its deep growl vibrating through the sea. Zuba didn't stop. He dived toward the ocean heart, reaching out. But just as his fingers brushed the glowing orb, a cold hand grabbed his wrist. Zuba's breath hitched. Mawil. But her eyes, still black as the abyss. Zuba, her voice came, soft yet distorted, layered with something ancient. Let it go. His chest tightened. Mawil, fight it. I know you're still in there. She shook her head, her expression unreadable. If you take the ocean heart, you will become part of the sea. Forever. Zuba froze. The Leviathan's voice rumbled through the water. A warrior's fate. A warrior's price. The truth crashed over him like a tidal wave. The ocean heart's power could stop the Leviathan. But the one who wielded it would never return to land. Zuba's stomach twisted. His kingdom. His people. His mother. If he claimed the ocean heart, he would never see them again. But if he didn't, Mawil would be lost. Bahara would be destroyed. And the war between land and sea would never end. The Leviathan's tendrils coiled, preparing to strike again. Zuba had no more time. He had to choose. Zuba's heart pounded like a war drum. The ocean heart pulsed just beyond his grasp, its golden light flickering like the last ember of a dying fire. Mawil's fingers remained tight around his wrist, her abyss-black eyes searching his face. You don't have to do this, she whispered, her voice trembling. But Zuba knew the truth. If he hesitated, Bahara would fall. If he let go, Mawil would be lost to the abyss forever. And if he wielded the ocean heart, he would never return home. The Leviathan's massive form coiled in the shadows, its golden eyes narrowing. It could sense his resolve wavering. Then, the beast struck. A tendril as thick as a tree trunk whipped toward them. Zuba reacted on instinct. With one final look at Mawil, he yanked free of her grasp and lunged for the ocean heart. The moment his fingers closed around it, a blinding golden light erupted from the orb, rushing through his body like wildfire. The ocean trembled. The ruins of the sunken labyrinth quaked and crumbled. And the Leviathan let out a roar of agony as the light pierced through the abyss, tearing through its monstrous form. Zuba screamed, his body burning from the inside out. He could feel it. The power of the ocean itself. It surged through his veins, changing him, binding him to the very waters that had once sought to claim his life. The ocean heart had accepted him. But the price? The price was his humanity. The Leviathan thrashed, its dark form writhing as the ocean heart's power ripped through its very essence. Zuba floated in the midst of it all, his body glowing with an otherworldly light. His vision blurred as the world around him shifted, twisted. He could feel the sea breathing. He could hear its whispers. It was as if the ocean itself had become a part of him, no longer a force to fight against, but a living, pulsing thing that welcomed him as one of its own. He looked down at his hands. The golden glow had begun to solidify, his skin darkening into scales, his fingers elongating, his lungs no longer needing air. He was becoming something else. Something more. A warrior of the deep. A king of the ocean. Mawil's voice pierced through the rushing currents. Zuba. She was still there, hovering just beyond the light. The abyss no longer clung to her, freed by the ocean heart's power. But her face was stricken with horror. Because she knew. She knew what he had sacrificed. He could never return. Zuba's chest tightened. He opened his mouth to speak, to tell her that it was worth it, that he would do it again and again if it meant saving her. But before he could utter a single word, the Leviathan's dying form lurched forward one last time. A final strike. A last, desperate attempt to take Zuba with it. Mawil's eyes widened in terror. Zuba whirled around just as the beast's enormous maw opened. And then... darkness. A roar like 1,000 storms shook the ocean as the dying Leviathan lunged for Zuba. Its golden eyes burned with hatred, its massive jaws gaping wide, ready to swallow him whole. Zuba didn't flinch. The ocean heart had transformed him. He was no longer just a prince of Zuma. He was something more. Something greater. As the Leviathan's jaws closed in, Zuba raised the spear of Nzinga. The golden weapon, now fused with the ocean heart's power, pulsed with energy. One strike. That was all he had. The beast was already crumbling, its form breaking apart into shadows and shattered curses. But if Zuba failed to end it now, the Leviathan could take everything down with it. The sea held its breath. Zuba thrust the spear forward. A shockwave of pure golden light exploded from the weapon's tip. It tore through the Leviathan's form like a blade through silk. The ancient beast screamed, its body writhing as the light shattered the darkness inside it. The golden glow surged through the water, burning away the last traces of the abyss's corruption. The Leviathan twisted, thrashed, then let out a final, earth-shaking wail. And then... it was gone. The great beast of the deep, the guardian-turned-monster, the curse that had plagued Bahara for generations, vanished. The water around them stilled. The ruins of the sunken labyrinth lay in eerie silence. The battle was over. Zuba let out a slow breath, his body glowing faintly with the remnants of the ocean heart's power. But as he turned, his victory turned to sorrow. Mawil was floating a short distance away, staring at him with wide, broken eyes. Because she saw it. The truth he had tried to ignore. Zuba was no longer human. The golden light from the ocean heart had not just defeated the Leviathan. It had changed him. Zuba slowly raised a hand. His skin was no longer the smooth, dark brown of the warrior prince he once was. Instead, scales of shimmering gold and deep blue lined his arms. His fingers had lengthened, webbed slightly at the tips. And when he parted his lips to speak, his voice echoed with the weight of the sea. Mawil. She flinched. Not in fear. In grief. Her dark eyes glistened with unshed tears as she reached out, her fingers hesitating just inches from his face. Zuba, she whispered, her voice breaking, what have you done? He had saved her. He had saved Bahara. But in doing so, he had sealed his fate to the ocean. Zuba's chest tightened with realization. The ocean heart had not merely given him its power. It had claimed him. He would never walk the land again. Never return to Zuma. Never see the golden sunrise over his kingdom, nor hear the laughter of his people. He was no longer of the world above. He was now a king of the deep. And there was no going back. Mawil's fingers finally touched his cheek, her warmth cutting through the cold numbness settling inside him. Her voice was barely a whisper. I didn't want to be saved like this. Zuba swallowed the ache in his throat. I had no choice. She shook her head. You did. Her gaze searched his, filled with sorrow, with longing. And with love. A love that had no future now. Because she was bound to the ocean. And now, so was he. The ocean had never been so silent. Zuba drifted in the golden glow of the ocean heart's fading power, his new form shimmering beneath Mawil's sorrowful gaze. Everything he had fought for, Bahara's survival, the defeat of the Leviathans, the hope of breaking Mawil's curse, had come at a cost. His own freedom. His own future. He had traded the warm sands of Zuma for the endless embrace of the sea. Yet, deep in his heart, a voice whispered, "This is not the end. Not yet." Mawil's fingers lingered on Zuba's cheek, trembling. "This isn't fair," she whispered. Zuba forced a small smile, though it did little to ease the storm inside him. "I once told you I would do anything to save you." She closed her eyes. "I didn't want you to become like me." Zuba hesitated. "Maybe there's still a way." Her gaze snapped up, filled with the barest hint of hope. He turned toward the ocean heart, now dim, flickering weakly. Its power was almost spent. But not completely. The ocean heart had transformed him. Bound him to the sea. But if it had the power to take something away, could it give something back? His mind raced. The ocean heart had existed long before the curses of the Leviathans, before the wars between land and sea. It had once been a bridge, a link between two worlds. What if he could restore that balance? What if he could undo the curses altogether? But there was a risk. One final gamble. If he failed, the ocean heart would shatter. Its power would be lost forever. The people of Bahara would still survive. But Mawil's curse would never be broken. And Zuba would be trapped in the sea for eternity. He turned back to her. "If there's a chance to fix everything, I have to try." Mawil's breath hitched. "But if you..." He squeezed her hands. "Trust me." Her grip tightened. Then, slowly, she nodded. Zuba closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of the ocean heart in his palm. Ancient whispers filled his mind. The voice of the sea. The memories of warriors, queens, and rulers long gone. He focused. Not on himself, not on his loss, but on the world above and below. The sea had never wanted war with the land. The Leviathans had once been protectors, not monsters. And Mawil was never meant to be a prisoner. His grip on the ocean heart tightened. "I make my wish," he whispered. The ocean heart flared to life one final time. Light exploded from it, racing across the ocean, touching every coral reef, every hidden city, every lost soul. The abyss itself shuddered and collapsed as the last remnants of the Leviathan's curse were wiped away. The ocean heart's glow wrapped around Mawil. And then... She gasped. The scales on her arms faded. Her soul, once bound to the tides, was free. The curse was broken. But as Zuba smiled, feeling the power surge, he felt himself slipping away. His own form, his new ocean-forged body, began to dissolve. The ocean heart had heard his wish. And in granting it, it had claimed its final price. Zuba was fading into the sea itself. Mawil's eyes widened in horror. "No, Zuba." She reached for him. But before she could touch him, the light of the ocean heart shattered. And Zuba was gone. The first thing Zuba felt was warmth. Not the cold embrace of the sea, but the heat of the sun. His eyes snapped open. Golden light flooded his vision. He was no longer underwater. He was lying on a beach. The shores of Zuma. A place he never thought he would see again. His breath came in shaky gasps. He raised his hands, expecting to see scales, webbed fingers. But instead, they were human again. Zuba sat up, heart pounding. Had the ocean heart saved him? A shadow fell over him. He looked up and saw Mawil. She was standing on the sand, the ocean breeze tangling her hair, her bare feet touching the land for the first time in her life. She was free. And so was he. Tears filled her eyes. Zuba. A laugh broke from his lips, disbelieving, breathless. We made it. And before another word could be spoken, she rushed forward and threw her arms around him. They had fought the abyss, defied the ocean's will, broken the chains of fate, and now they were home. The story of Prince Zuba and the ocean heart became legend. In Zuma, the people celebrated the return of their prince, hailing him as the warrior who restored balance to the sea. In Bahara, the merfolk honored him as the last wielder of the spear of Nzinga, the warrior who ended the Leviathan's curse and saved their kingdom. And as for Zuba and Mawil, they walked a path between two worlds. Zuba returned to his mother's palace, taking his place as future king. But he never forgot the ocean's call. And Mawil, now free to choose her own destiny, stood beside him, not as a cursed princess, but as a queen in her own right. Together, they ruled. Not just as rulers of Zuma, but as the bridge between land and sea. For though the waves may rise and fall, the bond between them would never break. And so, the tide of legends continued. For those who listened closely, the ocean would always whisper the name of Prince Zuba, the warrior who defied the sea.